ठीक है। Recording in progress.
Good morning. Welcome to the August 20th ARB meeting. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yeah. Chair Adcock.
Present.
Vice Chair Rosenberg.
Present.
Board Member Hirsch.
Present.
Board Member Jojar.
Present.
Board Member Chen. Noting we have quorum and Board Member Chen is absent.
Thank you. So we'll move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Do we have any today?
No changes planned for today.
Thank you. So we'll move on to in-person public comment. This is time for anyone to speak who's in the chambers to speak on an item that is not on the agenda. Do we have any requests to speak?
To the chair, we have no requests to speak.
All right, thank you. So we'll move on to city official reports.
All right. Well, good morning to our second meeting in August. Let me share my screen here. So since our last meeting, we have had one submittal. So that's at 690 San Antonio, as detailed in that packet. It's for 66 for sale townhomes. And I did want to make a few announcements. So on September 26th, there will be a Boards and Commission recognition event at Lucy Stern Community Center at 5:30 p.m. And then following that in October, we're anticipating council to have the review and approval of the work plan for the boards and commissions.
Thank you. And just to note, Board Member Chen is here as well.
And then for our first meeting in September, we'll have one item, the Victoria's Secret kind of improvements at the Stanford Shopping Mall. And we have 8 meetings left of the year. So if there are any planned absences, please direct that to staff's attention. And with that, I can entertain any questions.
And I apologize. I do have one additional note. There is also a planned ad hoc committee for the following the next hearing that will be for the market rate development as part of the Sobrato development agreement. So for the 74 townhomes. And so we do need to assign an ad hoc committee for that.
Thank you. Can you repeat which project that was again?
It's for as part of the Sobrato development agreement at 340 Portage. There were 2 small items that were to come back to the Architecture Review Board. And this was for the 74 market rate townhomes on the site.
There was an ad hoc committee assigned at the time.
There wasn't one assigned at the time.
Thank you.
And will they or you guys be providing documentation for us to review prior to the ad hoc, or?
Yes, we'll publish it as part of the packet, the brief information.
Thank you. Yeah, should we go and assign an ad hoc to that now?
Sure, that would be great if you wouldn't mind.
Do we have any volunteers, or do I need to volunteer?
I'll volunteer. I'll volunteer for that.
Anybody else?
I can do it as well.
Perfect. Thank you. So we have Board Member Chen
Great,
and
thanks.
Vice Chair Rosenberg for that ad hoc committee. Thank you. Any other questions for the staff? No? All right. And we shall move on to the next agenda item, which is our first of 2 study sessions. So this is for 1185 Skyline Boulevard, request for preliminary architectural review of a new Skyline field office that includes approximately 36,480 square feet of building and structures and associated facilities for the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District. Zoning district is open space and CEQA status is preliminary review, not a project yet. So recommendation by staff is that the Architectural Review Board review the preliminary project plans and provide comments, and no formal actions required. So with that, Joey, can we have our staff presentation?
Yeah. Good morning. I'm Joey Din with the Planning Division. Before you today is preliminary ARB study session for Mid-Penn's proposed Skyline Field Office at 1185 Skyline Boulevard. Staff is seeking early design feedback, so no formal recommendation or action will be requested today. Next slide, please. Again, so staff is looking for high-level feedback, primarily in 4 areas. So the overall site layout, visual compatibility with the open space district, any recommendations you may have on various different topics such as like nighttime lighting approach, and then anything else, any other issues that you may see that could affect the potential design or overall layout. This is essentially an early design check-in before a formal site and design application return later on to the city. Next slide, please. The site is located along Skyline Boulevard near Page Mill Road in an overall rural hillside and open space setting. The project involves several parcels in Palo Alto, but also in San Mateo County. Some access and parking improvements does extend into San Mateo County, so there is an additional coordination layer that will need to occur. However, staff and Mid-Penn have both started this process already. Next slide, please. So at a high level, this is a field operations and maintenance facility for Mid-Penn's ranger and maintenance staff. The project includes about 36,500 square feet of building and structures. Of that, roughly 13,400 square feet is an approximate administration building. Long-term staffing is anticipated at around 75 to 80 employees. And the plans currently show approximately 60 employee parking spaces, 9 visitor spaces, and 51 fleet spaces. Other major components would be there also is warehouse, fuel and wash stations, a shop for the fleet vehicles, covered storage, and and parking. Operations typically will be from anywhere between 6:30 in the morning to 11 p.m. And the current field office, the estimated support is around 50 staff right now. Next slide, please. So the principal buildings are generally clustered along the site plan as shown. The overall footprint does extend through the employee and the fleet parking areas and also the access roads. Some of the main design questions for the board is whether this overall campus remains visually subordinate to the surrounding open space setting. Palo Alto wastewater, gas, and water already mentioned that they will not serve the property. So on-site water and wastewater systems are proposed. Stormwater requirements may also influence the final site design. Next slide, please. The administration building, again, it's approximately 13,000 square feet. Sorry, 13,400 square feet. It's 2 stories and is currently shown at approximately 27 feet in height. The architecture overall is, the plans are preliminary at this point, but the overall architecture is simple with a rural gable form roof. Later during their formal review, the city will require full elevations, including materials, colors, screening, and lighting. But mostly today, staff is hoping for feedback on whether what's shown, so overall the massing, the roof form, and the overall architecture are kind of heading towards fitting in with that hillside open space setting. The admin building will also host other functions such as locker and break rooms, board meeting. There's a board meeting room, and then also space for hoteling desks for staff to kind of plug in and do quick reporting and stuff. Next slide, please. Staff has identified several preliminary issues that may influence the eventual design of the project, of which the interior side setback is currently shown at 10 feet 5 inches, where currently 30 feet is required. Additionally, as previously mentioned, the administration building is currently shown at 27 feet. The height limit in the open space zone district is 25 feet. Impervious coverage on the main parcel, where most of the development is currently 10.25% before application of our zoning code's weighting methodology. This is compared to the 3.5% standard. Lastly, for parking supply, it's mentioned as potentially complies just because a lot of the uses are a lot of the parking counts will be determined by a lot of the final staff estimation that MidPen will propose with their final submission. But generally, it potentially complies at this point. Next slide, please. So as previously mentioned, the MidPen will have to come back to the city and request a major site and design review. The Planning and Transportation Commission would make a recommendation, followed by ARB's recommendation, finally with City Council taking final action. MidPen is the CEQA lead agency in this situation, but Palo Alto, San Mateo County, and Caltrans are expected to serve as responsible agencies. Next slide, please. So staff recommends that the board review these preliminary plans, provide any initial feedback on design, comments. Again, no formal action is requested today. A lot of feedback. Any feedback would be great on the issues such as the interior setback, the overall campus layout, how parking, service, utility, landscaping, and screening elements can be integrated. And then overall, any other issues that you may see as well. Next slide, please. So staff is available for questions. MidPen is also here with their design team. I believe we also have someone online. So they hopefully can address some of the more project-specific operational design questions. But with that, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have an applicant presentation as well? Perfect. Thank you. Please state and spell your name, and you have 10 minutes.
Time constraint. Okay, we'll do our best to stay within 10 minutes. We were unaware of the time constraint. Good morning. My name is Erica Strohmeyer. You want me to spell my last name? Strohmeier. I'm a planner with the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District, and I'm the project manager for MidPenn's Skyline Field Office Rebuild Project up at 1185 Skyline Boulevard within MidPenn's Montebello Open Space Preserve. I'm accompanied in person by Tina Hug, senior planner, and virtually by Laura Levenberg, our project architect from Siegel & Strain Architects. We are here this morning to describe what a MidPen field office is and how it will operate at this site, to provide a brief overview of our design approach, and to provide some context as to why we are requesting to deviate from the city's zoning ordinance with regards to setbacks and building height. I'd like to start by giving you an overview of who MidPen is and why we're pursuing this project. Next slide, Sam. Thank you. MidPen is a public agency formed in 1972 with an elected board of 7 directors. We have protected over 70,000 acres of mountainous, foothill, and bayland open space in San Mateo, Santa Clara, and Santa Cruz counties. Our 26 preserves are open to the public, free of charge, 7 days per week. MidPenn's mission is to preserve open space land, protect and restore it, and provide opportunities for ecologically sensitive recreation and education. Across the 3 counties in MidPenn's jurisdictional boundary, we encompass 17 cities stretching from San Carlos to Los Gatos and from the Pacific Coast to the San Francisco Bay. 1185 Skyline Boulevard is located within our Montebello Open Space Preserve within our Skyline region. The Skyline Field Office oversees the preserves shaded in green on this map. This map illustrates the existing and proposed field office locations. The proposed field office is the pink star, and the existing is to the left of the star. Next slide, please. The purpose of this new field office facility and courtyard is to support the restoration, preservation, and wildfire resiliency work that MidPenn does for this entire skyline region of the Santa Cruz Mountains. MidPenn's existing skyline field office has been in operation for over 30 years. This field office supports around 50 full-time and seasonal employees, ranging from seasonal open space technicians who focus on fuels reduction efforts, to rangers who patrol our preserves, to equipment maintenance operators who construct trails. And since the establishment of the existing field office, the acreage of open space land that MidPenn manages in the area has more than doubled. Therefore, MidPenn has been hiring additional staff to patrol and manage this additional acreage, and we have been purchasing new equipment to support our restoration and management efforts. All in all, the existing site can no longer accommodate additional growth, nor expand upon its current footprint to support MidPenn's expanded and essential operational needs. A multiple site assessment and feasibility study was conducted between 2024 and 2025, and our board of directors selected the property at 1185 Skyline Boulevard as the most suitable site to pursue the creation of a new Skyline field office. Now I'm going to hand it to Laura Levenberg online to chime in here with regards to our design approach. And next slide, please, Sam.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm going to just really briefly touch on this slide because Joey talked a lot about a lot of the major elements of this plan, but one would enter the field office from the left side of this plan and arrive at a 69 space parking area for employees and visitors. That parking is right adjacent to the admin building, the 2-story admin building. Continuing into the site, the building running up and down or north-south on this plan is a warehouse building for storage of equipment. It also has space for vehicle fueling and washing along one side of it, and it is adjacent to the primary fleet parking area. There's also a shop building that would be used for maintaining equipment, building fences, gates, that kind of thing. That's the east-west running building along the middle of the plan. And above that is a large work area, turning space for really large vehicles, and that's surrounded by bulk material storage and covered equipment storage structures. Next slide, please. Okay, so here I think the 3D is an easier place to talk about a lot of our design approach. So I'll spend a little more time here on this bird's eye view, which is facing south towards Skyline Boulevard. And the overall design approach for the project, which we think has a lot in common with many of the city's review criteria for the open space district. The fundamental aspect of our design approach has been that we're developing a deep understanding of this complex site, its topography, the existing features that are here, and responding to those complexities in a way that we are really trying hard to minimize site impacts, while also providing all of what MidPenn needs here to do their important work. So the buildings and the large flat area that is needed here are located on the flattest area of the site, reducing the need for extensive grading and stepping the development into the natural topography. The site design is responsive to both views from Skyline Boulevard and to existing trees and vegetation on site. So you can see just at the very top right corner of this view, Skyline Boulevard, and a dense wooded area at the bottom of the image. And the development was carefully sited to tuck the buildings away out of view from Skyline, but also minimize disruption to the existing wooded area. The resulting site layout is an L-shaped development that roughly follows the existing grade and that edge of vegetation. And so just a bit about the buildings. While we're still really early in the process of designing the buildings, as Joey mentioned, the intent is that it's a clustered development, a collection of simple gable roof structures, and And the gable roof is well suited to this site for a few reasons. One is that it allows for good solar access and PV arrays on the roofs. It also allows us to meet cool roof requirements without bright or reflective roof coatings, and instead we can choose a color palette that's subdued and complementary to the natural surroundings. Next slide, please. So the floor plan that you see here is the two-story admin building. The plan on the top, as Joey mentioned, has multi-purpose room, break room, offices, hoteling spaces. So that's the primary administration space. And below that is the locker room spaces, a male, a female, and an all-gender locker room, as well as mud room, laundry room, small flexible meeting space for staff. The spaces on the upper and the lower floors of this building really do need to be in close proximity to one another due to the daily workflow for staff. So stacking these spaces helps reduce the building footprint on the site and achieve these required adjacencies. And I'll hand it back to Erica.
Thank you, Laura. This graphic shows the project footprint within the APN parcel outlined in yellow and within the larger context of the 3,500 acre Montebello Preserve. The surrounding green depicts Mid-Penn's Skyline Ridge, Russian Ridge, Coal Creek, and Los Troncos preserves. As you can see, Mid-Penn owns an overwhelming majority of the open space lands in this area. We acknowledge that the city zoning designation for the property is open space and that the city has analyzed the project based on the parcel outlined in yellow because the majority of the project is proposed within that parcel. However, this property is rural and its parcel boundaries are indistinguishable from the larger open space preserves that surrounds it. Given Mid-Penn's ownership of all of the parcels and the desire to minimize site impacts, the proposed project thus considered the overall site in totality rather than arbitrary parcel lines in order to consolidate proposed improvements within the flattest area. Mid-Penn is a public agency whose mission begins with acquiring and preserving a regional greenbelt of open space land in perpetuity. All the preserves and parcels in this area, including the one outlined in yellow, are dedicated open space land and cannot be conveyed without a majority district-wide vote in a special election under California Public Resources Code Section 5540C. Next slide, please. Technically speaking, there are two legal parcels that we are proposing improvements on with this application, outlined in orange on this slide. Although these two legal parcels span 3 APNs, the APNs do not represent the legal parcel boundaries. The primary purpose for APNs is to assess property values and not to define the legal property boundaries. The project site spans 2 legal parcels which cross both Palo Alto and San Mateo County jurisdictions, shown as Parcel A and Parcel B on the map here with the county line shown in red. We understand that the concept of a lot merger or lot line adjustment was discussed in the staff report. We wanted to address that by indicating that a lot merger or lot line adjustment would require separate applications and approvals from both the city of Palo Alto and San Mateo County because the legal parcels span both jurisdictions. Also, either a lot merger or a lot line adjustment would be very costly and challenging given the level of coordination required between the two jurisdictions. And I'd like to reiterate that the parcel lines are arbitrary lines that do not take into account site topography or constraints, and that the district does not differentiate either of these two legal parcels from the larger Montebello Open Space Preserve. Next slide, please.
You're a little out of time, but you can have like 2 more minutes.
Thank you. I'm going to try to make this really quick. When you zoom in on the site plan, you're going to notice that a parcel boundary separating parcels A and B runs through our courtyard area, and we're proposing a 10-foot 5-inch setback from this boundary. Although the city has applied the open space zoning setback requirement of 30 feet, again, we consider this boundary to be an arbitrary line in the context of the overall site as well as the larger preserve. Mid-Penn is its own neighbor for thousands of linear feet from either parcel boundary, so no undue hardship is proposed by placing buildings less than 30 feet from this boundary. If the city were considering the entire 3,500 acre preserve as the property for this project, as the district does, then the setbacks as well as other zoning requirements would no longer apply. Laura, I hope you have time to talk building height. Next slide, Sam.
Well, I think on building height, I'm gonna go off script here, just given the time constraint. The point to make about building height is that we're not working with a flat site, but we've tried to find the flattest part of the site. So what's in green here is an area that's generally under 10% slope. And one of the reasons this admin building that's called out, if you go on to the next slide, it spanned that green area and a steeper area. And so the reasons that we've proposed a 27-foot tall building here is to try to minimize our overall footprint and take advantage of the flat area for buildings that really need flat, and put a building like this that can be 2-story on an area with some slopes so that we can step it in along the existing grade. And like Erica said, we are our own neighbor here. So the side of the building that's viewed from Skyline Boulevard is less than 25 feet. The side that's over 25 feet, technically speaking, is viewed only from other Mid-Penn properties, from a trail, the old ranch trail that's about a half-mile away across the Stevens Creek Valley. So go ahead to the next slide. Actually, let's go 2 ahead. One more. Yeah, perfect. So this is a simulation of the project from Skyline Boulevard. It's almost invisible here. So we have really worked hard to tuck it away and make it visually unobtrusive from the public right-of-way. There's a lot more we could say about building height if and when there are questions, but I'll respect the time limit and leave it there. So thank you. And we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Do we have any public requests to speak on the side?
To the chair, we have not received any public comment cards. If there's any members of the public that'd like to speak to this item, please raise your hand on Zoom. There are none.
All right, then we'll please have a seat. Let's go to questions to staff first, and then we can go to questions for applicant. Do we have any questions for staff?
Nobody's talked so far about the fence line that's seems to be outside of the parking area there on A 5.00. Is there a reason for it extending beyond the parking line? Whomever. You can do it.
Is that a question that staff?
I'm not able to answer that. I don't know if you know the answer. It would be that would be an applicant question.
Yeah, I would defer to Mid-Penn to answer the fencing question.
Go ahead.
Hi, Erica Strohmeyer, Mid-Penn. If you are talking, I apologize, I don't have the plans up in front of me right now, but if you're talking about the proposed fence that would separate what we call Skyline Christmas Tree Farm.
It's in this direction of the skyline.
In direction of the tree farm?
A 5.00.
Yeah, I mean, any proposed fence that we have right now, this is preliminary. We're happy to relocate a fence, but the only fence that we really have at this point in time is to really protect our courtyard, because we have a lot of heavy equipment pieces, materials, things like that. And the major fence would be separating the tree farm, which has public access, between basically Thanksgiving and New Year's, from our courtyard.
Can a member of staff please pull up the 3D?
Yeah, we're working on it.
Thank you. And then I have a question sort of on the tail of this to staff, I believe. Who owns the Christmas tree lot? Mid-Penn does?
I believe that
We own 3,500 acres around this.
So but the
parcel, if not
Christmas
more.
tree lot specifically is actually also owned by you.
It's owned by us. It's leased.
So the land is owned by you, leased by a family, I believe.
Correct.
Who runs through their Christmas trees every Thanksgiving to Christmas time.
Correct.
Okay. Can I ask, is this a long-term lease? Is this, what are sort of, again, I'm not trying to get too into the weeds here. I'm just trying to understand, is this like a year-to-year lease, or is this a long-term, like 100-year lease?
Oh, no, it's not that long. And right now, I know that our general manager's office is in direct coordination with the operator of the tree farm and looking at potential amendment given the proposed project.
And the intent though is that that Christmas tree farm would remain.
Correct.
Okay.
Can we stick with questions for staff first?
And just noting that we do have the visual up, I just want to make sure, I think, Board Member Hirsch, you had a question about a fence nearer to Skyline, or were you referencing the fence that is adjacent to the Christmas tree farm?
Well, the right hand, like, as it extends beyond.
Oh, I see.
Microphone.
The right hand piece of that.
Mhm.
Yeah, you got it. So, I mean, it almost looks like it might be a possibility for a future building, but that's certainly not part of the plan so far. So I was just wondering why that area is it going to be used for anything other than just landscape? Yes, you could.
Yes, again, this is a preliminary drawing. Everything that you see on the plan right now is all that we have proposed. And even the parking that is adjacent to that fence, that's gravel parking. Again, our board requires that we really keep a rural character. I mean, that's kind of a mandate for this design from our board of directors. So everything that we're doing here is really with that in mind. We're going to be working on a landscape plan with our landscape architect, MIG, and we are looking at all native vegetation and seeding in this area, and that's all that would take place there.
I'm assuming that they will then consider sort of landscaping those, the water tank, et cetera, those kind of areas that are on the perimeter as well.
Correct. The only thing we have to keep in mind are WUI requirements and making sure that we're keeping any proposed trees, which we're proposing, what we do in our preserves is we plant by acorn or by very, very young seedling, just so that we're not introducing any pathogens into our preserves, AKA sudden oak death issues. And we will be sure to make sure that we're proposing new trees or planting seedlings, planting acorns well away from the water tank to allow for screening, but also keep it safe in case of a wildland fire.
Is there a security issue for your facility here?
We haven't had any real security.
Sorry to interrupt, David. Can we stick with questions to staff before we get into questions for
Oh, yeah.
applicant?
Well,
Sorry.
okay. Who
Do you
could
have
answer
any
that
other
question? So you want to answer the question? Have you discussed security issues?
We have not. Most of our preliminary conversations with MidPenn have been kind of just getting an understanding on general what their broad direction and vision is for the project. A lot of the details regarding like security, lighting, things like that. Hopefully, those will come additional details as the more formal applications come in.
Thank you. Martin, you have questions?
Yeah, I have a general question. Like most of the arguments here kind of are based on the argumentation that we own so much property around this, and all the neighbors are so far away, so nobody's gonna see what we have. Even if you deviate from the code, it's fine because there's no impact. So like how does the city deal with this in general? Because I mean that the parallel situation would be somebody buys 5 parcels in downtown Palo Alto and then starts arguing my neighbors are so far away, they don't see, I'm gonna plant some big trees, etc., etc. So like, to how far, like, are there some guidelines that you have or like past experience how to deal with these situations where maybe in the current situation the neighbors are far away, but for example this tree farm is leased, so I mean they technically own it, but there is an impact on other people, and once these buildings are built, even if property lines don't change, maybe leases change or a public use, changes. I don't know. Like, I think I'm just not 100% sure like how to deal, with this.
Sure, I can help answer that. Our finding for reasoning really would not be based on so much on, what's happening around it right at this moment. It would be more based on, is there sound reasoning of why this might be a better design? For example, is how it's framed reducing the grading? Is it reducing the number of trees that you have to remove? And then also looking at, protecting the future uses, but also I do think it would be difficult to sell those parcels off because they are putting their parking on a portion of the other parcel. So without changes to the boundaries, it would be pretty difficult. But generally, those are the kind of findings we're making is why is this design an improvement? Why is it reducing the views from Skyline Boulevard potentially? Not so much based on just, this is what's happening right now and it's okay based on what's happening right now.
Follow
that
up
help?
on that though, is a very valid point of if it was not here on Skyline Boulevard amongst Mid-Penn's properties, any other property in Palo Alto would have to do a lot merger if they're gonna ignore setbacks. Is that true?
That would be true.
So just for the board's understanding of like what is just other than it is really difficult to merge lots because it straddles various jurisdictions, is there a reason justifiable that others in Palo Alto can't be like, well, you allowed this for Mid-Penn, why wouldn't you allow it for me? What is the legal justification you can provide that they get a leeway and others don't?
I think it is something that we're going to have to review a little bit further. But I think that the findings really look at unique situations. So unique situations like something straddling, jurisdictions or something that is unique about the use or the site, which in this case is fairly rare. And so those are things that we look at is how does this differ from all those different sites that are in the OS district and why would it be a different situation in this scenario? And how does that play into the findings?
Can you guys pull up the map, please, that shows the different lot lines? There's one that has a GIS that's been verified by San Mateo County. Santa Clara County's is like in orange and it's slightly different. And then Palo Alto's is in blue and that's slightly different as well. That might be, no, the blue one's not on there. There was one more that had a blue line as well. It was in the applicants. Okay, let's stick with this one then. Go back one, please. That one. Okay. So here we have the red one that has quote unquote been verified by San Mateo County. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
So if that's the only line that's been verified, that's the one that we're treating to be backed at the moment. So even though there's this orange line that says Santa Clara County's boundary, that one has not been verified.
Correct.
Okay. And then just following up on this, so both parcels, this sort of small, I'm going to draw on this small sort of rectangular one, and then the other parcel is this parcel sort of going all the way down in here, and then it keeps going. Is that correct? I just want to make sure I'm understanding these boundary lines.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then this is its own separate parcel, and that's the one that's being leased right now by the Christmas tree people.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to understand. So, because it almost seems like the Christmas tree guys are here.
It might be best to hear from the applicant.
Yeah, apologies. I just want to understand. Are the Christmas tree guys here?
Yes, the Christmas tree farm, again, these are APNs. These aren't the legal parcels.
Understood.
So yes, you can see the ranch road for the Christmas tree farm.
Is this one here?
On this plan, yes, that's part of the Ranch Road, and then it goes all the way to Skyline Boulevard. That's
Yep.
where the driveway entrance is.
Yep.
Yeah, and the Christmas tree farm is in Montebello here, and it's actually also further up the road across the street in our Skyline Ridge Preserve as well. It operates on two of our preserves.
Thank you very much. So back to staff. So part of the issue that we're talking about with this lot line adjustment is because let's say, for example, they wanted to just, combine that into one lot, right? And make that one big unit, and then they're not straddling any lines, then it's not an issue anymore. The issue for them that they're claiming is that this would be also straddling the San Mateo County lines.
Yes, I believe that was the issue.
Okay. And in Palo Alto internally, how have you guys worked with issues where a property straddles Santa Clara County and San Mateo County, but it's technically Palo Alto property?
I'm not sure that I have dealt with a project that had that scenario, or certainly not a project that had things that were straddling the line.
Okay.
I think if you're asking how we would process, generally we would look at what portions are in what jurisdiction. So anything that if it was in Palo Alto's jurisdiction, it's under Palo Alto's regulations. If it's in San Mateo County's jurisdiction, it would be subject to their jurisdiction and any appropriate permits from them.
Let me see if I can ask it a different way. If there was a lot line adjustment that maintained Santa Clara County and Palo Alto only, right? They just did some lot line adjustment. They sort of figured this out, and maybe they combine this. Again, I don't know, because this portion here seems to be the sticking point where no matter what they're doing with this parcel, it is technically a portion of it's in San Mateo County. I guess if there was no San Mateo County, the lot line adjustment would be pretty straightforward. We've all done them before. I mean, every single one of us at this table, I assume, has done a lot line adjustment at some point or another. So the question is, how do I ask this? Basically, the big sticking point is the unknown complication of the fact that a part of these parcels are in San Mateo County. But San Mateo County has also done lot line adjustments before. So.
Yeah, I think, and the applicant can correct me if I'm wrong. I suppose I think the issue that they're coming across is if you're changing the areas that are within. So I think if you were changing the lot lines in a way that didn't change the area, the total square footage that is in each jurisdiction, but I'm not sure how complicated that is.
That's just math.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we go to sheet C.01? That might help us a little bit too. One back. Yeah, it's just a little clearer in this diagram. So sorry, following up on Kendra's question, all of the questions that was flagged in the staff report about setbacks are all, if I understand correctly, is all in between these two lots, right?
That's
so
correct.
If we were to, stay out of San Mateo side, and even a lot line adjustment, whether it's that whole like a wedge that Kendra was pointing to here, or some adjustment here, just to capture a little bit more of the second lot, that could be a possibility, correct?
I think Joey did raise this with the applicant and asked them to explore that further. Yes.
Well, let me put it this way. Again, if I had a client, and I actually have a client that has two adjoining properties, right? They own both properties side by side. They would never be allowed to cross their own boundary without doing a lot line adjustment. So the thing that I keep sticking up against is I'm sitting there going, if our clients and our city and our residents have to follow these rules, why do they get an exception? And I understand there's reasons that they're in the middle of nowhere and that they own both properties, but it doesn't matter. If this was a residential neighborhood, or if this was a resident that owned these two properties, there's no way they'd get away with this. So again, sorry, I should put this as a question. The question would be, I guess I can see that they've sort of cleverly designed this to be all in Santa Clara County, right? All of their buildings, all of their items are in Santa Clara County with the exception of this very small little triangle down here, which is the part that's crossing over into San Mateo. So on that note, all of their buildings will get processed through Palo Alto only because their buildings are all in Palo Alto?
Correct.
Okay, so they can understand enough to sort of keep it in Palo Alto, right? Okay. No, I don't really have a good solution, but I guess those are my questions. And then all of the utilities, I guess, are all in Palo Alto as well. And they said well water and waste is going to be on site, correct?
Correct.
Water is going to be supplied from Palo Alto?
I believe it's from LAFCO. Or
Ye-
no, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
the city's not supplying water or sewer on site. They will be building an on-site, I believe, well.
Correct. Okay, sorry, apologies. Well,
Sorry.
well and waste, they're both.
Mid-Penn is shaking their head, so it might be helpful to get some clarity from them.
Okay.
If you,
One final question, I'll be quiet for a minute. If you knew that they were going to do a lot line adjustment, is there a way for you to sort of defer the process of that so that they could get started building, knowing that that's going to percolate through the system? Because that does have to go through county. There's a lot of back and forth. Like we all get that it just takes time. So the question would be, would they be allowed to have an approved permit? Like, would the city be okay with that while understanding that the lot line adjustment is in process?
we
Or do you
can
have to
definitely
have that?
do a lot line adjustment as a condition of approval of the project. The lot line is typically we would make that a requirement of prior to building permit. In this case, we don't actually have a building that crosses the line, but it's more about where is the trigger to make sure that we're showing compliance with that and with our zoning. We either need the variance or we need to do the lot line adjustment, I think would be the options. And so we'd probably want that prior to building permit. And we'd kind of want to know what is the solution? Where is the lot
Right.
line going to be? And is that viable in coordination with San Mateo County and Palo Alto before we made it a condition? Because we don't want to issue an infeasible condition.
It's fair. And then in theory, you could do a variance in the meantime, but just, I guess the question would be on timing, right? So as long as they're sort of holding up their end, maybe it could be a condition of approval at the end of the building for final approval versus before the permit is issued. So then at least they've got some runway to make sure that this can all process through.
Sure.
Okay. All right.
And I
Thanks
mean,
very
So it
much.
seems
there's
like
some-
it could stay within Santa Clara at least and not.
Yeah. And I would just note, I mean, obviously there would be complications in the fact that it's San Mateo County. And so I don't know what that process looks like with the different counties involved. Normally, a lot line adjustment is a very straightforward ministerial process, though, that only takes a month or so to process through our public works engineering. So it's not a but it's a fairly straightforward process if there weren't different jurisdictions involved.
And it seems like there's a way to work within Palo Alto and Santa Clara with the plans we have in front of us without involving San Mateo. Isn't that correct?
Potentially.
All right, I have one more question. The applicant has said a couple of times that the APN numbers are arbitrary. Can you clarify that for us in the public?
Yeah, could you clarify your question?
The applicant mentioned a couple of times that the APN number boundaries are pretty arbitrary. That's not my experience. I would like some clarification on how the city views that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're referencing with that. I mean, APNs are more related to the tax components, but generally what they've drawn is what we understand the legal boundaries to be of these parcels.
Yeah, I don't want to jump on and provide reasoning. Hopefully they can speak to that in a little bit, but we would refer to whatever is the recorded legal parcels that's provided to us.
Which is part of the APN number, right? Maybe city council? Do you have any input? No? Okay, all right.
I don't have anything to further to add on that.
All right, we can ask the applicant at a later time. Do we have any further questions for staff? I have one more, regarding the building height. If they were to proceed with the 27 versus 25, is that a variance? Like, how would that get approved?
I think that it would likely be a variance. You would need to either make the findings of a design enhancement exception, or you'd need to make the findings for a variance. And I'm not entirely clear what the design improvement would be from making it taller.
Well, and how is it measured? It's measured from like bottom of grade, like bottom of lowest grade point to top peak of roof. Existing grade? Adjacent grade, yeah.
It would be measured from the, you can find the code section to be clear, but it's the lowest of the existing or proposed grade, and then measured to, I do believe on a sloped roof, it would be the midpoint of that sloped roof,
So not the peak.
not the peak. And we'll double check that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand.
Code.
Yeah, and
Varies by zoning.
totally
We can't
understand.
had a slide on there that showed that it's not in our deck.
Mhm.
It shows the line under the existing grade under the building.
Okay, yeah, I just want to understand how it's being measured because it's also there's, how we calculate it versus how it's like legitimately measured. And one of the comments that had been noted is that from like skyline looking at it, it's like 18 feet tall. But part of this is because it's a downhill slope. And so I just want to make sure that we all fully understand exactly how it's calculated.
Right, and if I may, so the definition for height from our zoning code, so height means for all districts other than say RE or R1 for our residential districts would be the vertical distance above grade to the highest point of say the coping of a flat roof or to the deck line of a mansard roof or to the average height of a highest gable of a pitched or hip roof. So for this one, it would be the last item, the average height of the highest gable of the
Board
pitch.
member Adcock also pointed out A 4.00 has the diagram, drawing number 1, admin site building, which is very helpful. But so the overall height is even taller than that from bottom to peak.
Well, I think that the critical information that's missing from this sheet is the orange line from your slide. Can you put up that slide, please?
Joe, yeah, I'm sorry. Sam, do you have that?
Can you repeat the slide?
I don't know what slide. It looks like this, but it has an orange line.
From the applicant slide with the section view.
It is that line.
It is that line.
Our slide decks.
To the staff, so for the starting point of the building height, is it from the existing or from the proposed grading?
Yeah, the orange line.
Or whichever lower?
On the screen there.
Sorry, say that again?
When we measure the building height, should we count, starting it from the existing grade or?
Existing or proposed, whichever is lower. And in this case, the proposed appears to be
Understood.
lower. And you do measure in the OS district based on the location too. So if the grade goes up, it actually does get measured. So this isn't actually measured completely accurately because where you measure the highest point would actually change as that grade goes up.
Well, and it looks like they're measuring from
then-
existing grade, but their
yeah.
new grade is lower, so they should be measuring from the lower point.
And is there a difference between like the slope side or the flat line, flat lot? Say when the slope is over, say 10% or 20%,
Yeah.
is it still always the lowest point or it's some kind of average or?
In my experience, it's adjacent grade.
It's adjacent grade, yeah. So, sorry, you're right. Because the proposed grade is lower, but I guess it would depend on exactly how you view from the outside. This is only showing kind of an interior view, but like if their grade, how do I explain this? If their grade on the outside of the building was going up, then you would measure at a higher point at a midpoint of the building, if that makes sense. So I'm not,
But in theory, when
entirely
they're
sure.
measuring height, they're supposed to find the worst case scenario, right? So like, let's say that across the back of the building, the right side is higher and the left side is lower. They don't take it from the middle. They should be showing the sort of worst case scenario.
No, in the OS district where you have a 10-foot slope, you don't always take the worst case scenario. You take the worst case scenario at that point. If the grade is going up, your height of your building could go up.
So let's say that let's say we're looking at this facade like the outside and that this is the closest to us corner of the building. The existing grade is here, right? And then let's say at the farthest point, hang on, I'm gonna switch colors here. At the farthest
We're
point.
not seeing any.
Yeah, we're not seeing
Or
it.
at least I'm not seeing.
Okay.
Wait,
Why is this?
this might be a technical issue. Kendra, on my screen is your Bluebeam drawings. And that screen and Martin's screen is their presentation.
Oh.
That's weird.
Sitting here drawn away for no reason. Now we match. Now we.
Let's try again.
Yeah, give me one second. Let's try again.
Okay, now it's the same.
Beautiful. Thank you, Melissa. See drawing. So again, let's say that this is the sort of closest corner to you and the existing grade is following this orange line here, right? But let's say at the far side of the building, on the opposite corner that's farthest away from us, the corner of the building is here and then existing grade's actually up here, right? That would be a very different measurement.
Which is actually true in this project. If you go to sheet A 5.00, the slope does, you go up to a single story height on the east end of this building.
Yeah.
So do they get any leeway from their adjacent grade being higher on one end of the building?
We, staff found a diagram that may help this discussion. It's technically shown in our single family technical manual, but it may just provide some frame of reference. Give me a second to share my screen. So the diagram on the right kind of shows generally how the city would take a look at how we'd measure height in a varying grade situation.
Thank you. And this is pretty much how they're measuring too. On the single story side, it's off of that grade and the double story. But if we go back to their application page A 5.00, their adjacent grade goes up higher on the northwest elevation. Yeah.
Sorry, could you repeat the sheet? I'm pulling it up.
5.00.
So I think this is something that we will need to look at further. But I think what would be helpful at this point in the prelim review is just to express any concerns or questions you have. And then when the project comes back, we'll ensure that, we're looking at that and addressing that as part of those formal plans.
Sounds good. On the variance question, if it comes down to it, Claire, you mentioned two options. One is a design enhancement and one was a variance for what reason?
So we don't have all the details of the reasoning, and so we'd be seeking more information about the heights provided and why they're necessary, or any other information from from the applicant about that.
And what would be the typical process for processing a variance?
So, process for a variance, it typically is a staff level review, but for a project that's going through a site and design review, that would be something that we would raise as part of what the requests are, and any commission or board or council would be able to comment on that as part of their review. For the design, if they were choosing to pursue a design enhancement exception for anything that deviates from the code, that is specifically subject to the ARB's purview, and then in this case, council's decision.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions for staff? If not, we can move on to questions for applicant. All right. Who wants to start for applicant question? Ying-Shi?
Yeah, so I want to continue on the roof pad questions to the applicant. So the applicant mentioned that there are some constraints for roof selections based on different roof slope. Is it correct?
Sorry, you said constraints on roof selection?
Yeah, material selection or color selection based because of different roof slope. Is it true?
I'm gonna have Laura Levenberg, our project architect, answer that question.
Thank you.
Yeah, so what I was referring to there is just that if we were to, for instance, select a flat roof to help keep the height of the building down, the cool roof, to achieve the cool roof requirements, we need different materials. The like a white TPO, for instance, the materials often get much brighter if you are using a flat roof versus a sloped roof.
Okay, so it's all about the cool roof inside of, not anything special for the open space.
No, but for the
Okay.
open space, we would like to be able to select, and based on the criteria and the zoning code, we need to select materials that are more subdued colors, not anything bright and reflective, so they're tied in together.
And what is the current proposed roof slope?
I want to say it's 3 and 12, but let me check that. 3 and 12, yeah.
Okay. And for the cool roof, the trigger point would be 2 in 12. Is it correct?
I would need to verify that. That sounds correct, but I don't want to promise anything.
Okay. And I also want to understand about the site planning a little bit more. So you put the lockers under the admin building. So I want to understand like who will use the lockers, and after they changing their clothes, where will they heading to?
Yeah, so our field staff typically reports to the field office early in the morning. They have team meetings, and then they are literally out in the field all day, cutting down trees, doing brush removal, building trails. They get filthy throughout the day, and they get covered with various spores from grasses and other things. So when they come back to the field office, they shouldn't be walking in, to the administrative space. They walk in downstairs. They remove their boots. They remove any over gear that needs to be washed. Then they go in and they shower in the locker rooms. Then they go upstairs and record their time on their timesheets, or they write reports, or, at our hot desk situation up there. Sometimes it's really just like making sure if they have, they're tracking various projects, they put in some notes to track the projects. Then they either go into their fleet vehicle to head home, or they carpool back home from there.
Okay. And for the workers who work at the shop building or warehouse building or the equipment area, do they also need to change their clothes, use the locker room here, or they have their own space?
So, for example, some of the people who might actually be there during the day, you'd have like an auto mechanic. So they're going to have various chemicals that they're probably going to have to wash off their bodies. You have people who are working in a welding shop who are building, signpost, fence post pieces, signs, things like that. So you have people who work in a wood shop, who are cutting boards, constructing various items. So they also, at the end of the day, need to go to the locker room facility, shower off, track their time, and head home.
And on the site plan, is it on purpose to have the shop building to turn around and separate the equipment work yard and the fleet vehicle yard?
Yeah, and I can turn to Laura, but the reason it was designed this way, and what you'll see as we move on in the design process, that there are vehicle bays that are complete pull-through bays. So, because the vehicles that we're servicing up there are not your typical vehicle. They would be I don't even know what they're called, type of like tractors, bulldozers, things like that. So they need to have these large shop bays, and they don't really reverse well. So you need to be able to drive straight in, service the piece of equipment, and then drive straight out into the yard, where then it's a very large space where you could turn around and then go back to the parking facility where you actually have the parking for that piece of equipment.
Got you. Thank you.
Who wants to go next?
Sure, let's go down the line. I've got sort of a little bit of a laundry list for you guys, so I'm gonna try and go through it quickly. In terms of color, do you guys have any sort of intended color? I keep hearing muted palettes, things like that. And just rough idea. Are you thinking greenish, brownish, whitish? What are you thinking?
So I'm going to make an overarching statement, and then I'm going to pass it to Laura. We are currently looking at options. We can't propose anything to you that hasn't been approved by our board, reviewed and approved by our board of directors, who are also elected officials. So we are hoping to start that process with our board this fall. In looking at options. Those options will be prepared by Siegel and Strain. So I'm going to pass it to Laura. Maybe she has some additional information on that.
I think generally that covers it, but yeah, I keep saying muted, subdued, those kind of things, because we will look at the palette of the land throughout the year. What is the green that we see in the winter, the brown in the summer, and what's the sort of likely some kind of warm gray brown kind of tones that complement those different shades that we see in landscape.
Okay. And keeping reflectivity levels low would be something I would assume is in that same vein. Do you, I'll skip that question. Okay. And then in terms of lighting, you had said that you guys operate from somewhere around 6:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. Lighting levels are sort of a critical item here. We've had a lot of conversations about bird migration patterns and things like that on ARB. So we had a project that came in that, because they were sort of a manufacturing plant, or I guess it was a treatment plant, they needed like 5,000 kelvins, and they need them late at night. What is your guys' tentative plan here?
Again, I'll give an overarching answer and then pass it to Laura. The reason for our hours of operation is because if you visited any of our preserves, they operate dawn to dusk. So our rangers who report to this field office will have to be out in field opening gates for all of our preserves. And then sometimes after they close down preserves in the evening, they come back to the site. Our field staff do not operate those same hours, but this is a split facility. We've got our visitor services team, which includes our rangers, and we have our team, which is our land stewardship and trails group, that really operates more between 7 a.m. and 4 p.m. But also, just to keep in mind, our mission, we definitely put wildlife and botanical resources ahead of public access. And so we definitely are looking out for the animals and all our trees and everything out there. So Laura, did you want to talk specifically with regards to lighting levels?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, we don't have specific, you mentioned color temperature. We don't have specific proposals for that, but we have been wondering on a really rural site like this where, yeah, the wildlife is a consideration. Glare on Skyline Boulevard, that's a consideration. But the building code does require certain egress lighting levels. We are curious how we might be able to meet in the middle somewhere on the right light level for this site. I know that Siegel and Strain has done work in Portola Valley, for instance, where the town requires that we don't install enough lighting that we meet the CBC egress levels, and there's an agreement about that. And we've wondered about something similar for this site. How do we not overlight it, but also keep people safe, and that might deviate from the code a little bit. So
something that you guys will be tackling for the next like formal presentation. So on your to-do
Yes.
list, I guess. Okay,
Yes.
perfect.
On a question on that. Sorry, I know you
No,
have
go
more
right ahead.
questions. Just regarding the lighting and egress path that you mentioned, Laura.
Mhm.
The admin building itself, and I think one of you mentioned that people coming in from the field would be coming into the lower level. So that's a kind of entrance path there. But also you have one stair in the middle, and then the egress path for the downstairs is kind of out into that walkway in the back and out. So to meet building code, you would need to have egress lighting wrap around the building and get to the parking lot. Right. So have you considered, what the egress path might be, even if it's like a second stair through the building, so that you don't have to light up the forest side of the building quite as much with egress?
We hadn't thought about the routing of the egress paths with regard to lighting at the exterior. We've mostly been thinking about it from more purely the egress side and how to get everyone to a safe area. But that's a useful suggestion to think about it with the lighting as well, and how to minimize lighted egress paths on site. So I'll make a note of that.
Yeah. And on the same vein and this might be an agreement between, Penn and the city regarding parking lot lighting, which is quite bright, and based on even the rendering that you showed of the building, and the parking lot is in front of it, if that's lit up at 8 p.m. in winter, that's going to be quite bright right on Skyline. So both height of poles to light levels, and maybe, motion sensor, whatever it takes to minimize that. So have you kind of thought about parking lot lighting at all, or not yet?
I'm just going to say our board, I'm just speaking on a larger scale here. These are wildlife corridors up in this area. The board is very aware of that. And I bet that they're going to want us to try to keep lighting levels as low as possible, like Laura was saying, to meet safety or security measures, but not so bright that it would actually impact wildlife.
Thank you. Go on to more questions.
Finishing my laundry list here. Thank you. No, I appreciate the interruption. I'm going to assume that this is similar vein of questioning noise levels. I would assume that, other than the human activity and potentially like shop work that's going to happen while people are there in the middle of the day, I wouldn't expect there to be large noise running at 10 p.m., something like that.
No.
Okay, great. And then screening, are you guys intending on adding any additional screening along Skyline? And in sort of a sister question to that, are you also going to be preserving the 100-foot setback for fire safety?
100-foot setback from the building?
Yes.
With regards to landscape screening, I think at this point we have 50 feet setback for landscape screening. Is that correct, Laura?
Currently, yes.
So yes, we love to plant trees, right?
But a little
hate to remove trees. Yeah. No, I mean, definitely one of the main reasons for proposing this new facility is that so we can really bring our wildland fire resiliency program to full effect.
Mm-hmm.
So we're taking that into account with every design decision that we make. And again, I mean, I'm not trying to cover up anything here. We plant acorns or 18-month in a pot plants max. We will be maximizing our planting of that as much as possible, and we will be probably doing valley oak species because we really want to re-oak. We're all about, re-oak the valley. We're all about all of that. And then native grasses. Everything will be native.
Yep. All right, last two questions. And again, they're sort of sister questions. Solar panels, any thoughts on that? And
oh yeah.
Juxtaposed with that, is there going to be any screening or shading supplied for the parking lots, especially, and could those be combined in some way, or is it that the solar panels are going to be on buildings and the parking lots are going to be kind of open?
we have talked about that in length. I'm gonna let Laura answer that question for us.
Right.
Yeah, so we have PV on roofs right now is the plan. There's enough roof area to achieve all the PV that we need there. And so to avoid the extra cost of structures over the parking area, we have not currently proposed that.
And so
Understanding
no
that it
intended
is
shading over the parking areas.
right, but we
Okay,
do
understood.
currently have a cool seal coating that we're intending to install in the asphalt just to try to help minimize the heat island effect there.
Understood. Thanks very much.
Just one question on the parking lot shading. So is just, the coating on the asphalt sufficient to meet the codes on shading requirement on parking lots?
Based on the Cal Green
Yeah.
requirements. Yeah, so
No,
my understand,
the city has additional requirements on parking lot shading requirements. And so that's something we are gonna have to explore further, I think. Especially with their policy of trying not to plant trees, that are not acorns.
Yeah. And
There's
that's
also the
between
WUI.
distance for yeah, exactly. The WUI distance for buildings versus parking lot right next to it. So there might be some balancing act to do there. All right, so I'll move to this side of the table for questions.
I have one question. Getting back to the height issue. So it looks like to me the second floor of the admin building is basically offices.
Correct.
So why I would like to understand why you are proposing such a tall structure for an office building, and what is the reason for that?
Laura, did you want to tackle that one?
sure, yeah, it comes partly from actually more the locker rooms in the basement than it does the office use, that there's a lot of ventilation required for that space, whether or not it's below grade or on grade. There's just a lot of moisture and dampness in those spaces that needs to get exhausted. So that's one thing that drives up the height. The other thing that you can see in this section is that the structure we're proposing, the open web joists that you see in the structure, allow for the office space to be quite open and flexible so that if and when MidPenn's needs change over time, there's no reason to need to add another building anytime soon, that they can reconfigure the office spaces to suit their needs. And the third reason for the taller structure is so that the mechanical equipment could be located in attic space instead of needing to put it on the roof or in a well or that type of space.
It looks like that the second floor, if I just look at the second floor, the height of the second floor is roughly 16 feet, including the roof structure. I mean, that seems a lot. I think even if, you keep a gable roof, maybe by using a different structural, solution, instead of those trusses, maybe something shallower, maybe make the room height, a little bit lower. It sounds like, because we are all, you only wanna, you're only 2 feet above the maximum building height. So you only need to reduce it by 2 feet. And to me, it looks like that should be really easy to do by choosing a different roof, structure, and by maybe reducing the interior, height a little bit. I think that would still, create a really, efficient, good office. So that was my question, like, are there any specific reasons, why you couldn't do that? And honestly, I didn't hear. I mean, I heard your reasons, but I think they don't explain a 16-foot, height for the second floor. To me, yeah.
Excuse me, is just to add or question on this, is the structure actually the height we're talking about here, or is there going to be a hung ceiling below the structure and incorporating some mechanical equipment. Since we're having very preliminary designs, it's hard to read the actual heights.
Some of the spaces will have suspended ceilings, acoustical ceilings in them, and others will be more open. So the multi-purpose room, for instance, would be open to just provide a more open space for meetings and gatherings. But smaller offices would have drop ceilings.
Can I jump in here just for a quick question? You guys are considering these open web joists, excuse me, for the roofing, but have you considered the open web joists between the flooring as well to get your ducting and everything through?
Yeah, we're still working out with our structural exactly what's the most efficient way. If it's open web joists for the floor ceiling assembly as well, or if it's TJIs. So it's a consideration.
Okay, thank you.
More questions? All right, David?
Yeah, maybe. So, in terms of the parking lot, I was just wondering, there's no plans right now in the parking lot areas to provide more kind of division of trees within the parking lots themselves. Is there the possibility of softening the parking lot itself?
Yeah, we've worked on a few different design concepts for the parking lot. Originally, we were proposing trees and tree wells. Unfortunately, the proximity to the buildings was far too close for this wildland area. So we have to move the trees out on the kind of the outer edge of the parking area. So it's just because of fire risk. It's it's a strong limitation.
Okay.
Yeah, it's again, you can think of us as WUI, but we're actually in the middle of the wildland.
Yes, you certainly are. The pathway that goes around the building actually is at this lower level. Is that right? How does that work?
Yeah, so let me pull up the plans. Yeah, so like I was explaining a little bit earlier, when our staff come back from the field, they're going to park, if you look at sheet A1.00, they're going to park in the fleet parking lot, or they're going to drop off their equipment in one of the equipment parking areas. And then they're going to take a pathway behind the warehouse building, and then you will see that it goes directly to the lower level of the building. And then there is an entryway from the lower level of the building straight into what's called the briefing room or into the mud room. In a lot of instances, they will come directly into the mud room, remove their wet coats and boots, hang everything there. There's literally boot drying racks that we will have in that space. And then they will go to their locker room. That is so that, we have to design the upper level of the building in a way that if our board was to hold a board meeting there, which might happen twice a year, maybe, or we're allowing a public, like an NGO to come and utilize our conference space. We have to design it in a way that it's much more inviting. And when guys come in from the field, I'm talking heavy mud on boots. That is not something we want tracking through our reception area if there's going to be a public meeting there later at night. Hence the entrance for people coming directly from the field into the mudroom or the briefing area downstairs, which will have flooring that can be easily cleaned.
So you've separated the landscaping then in that whole back of the building where they come in, because it's all on grade at that lower level.
Yeah, Laura, do you want to talk about that? I know that has to do with the slope.
Well, can you say a little more about what you mean by separating the landscaping?
About just how you envision the treatment of the back of the building.
Can we pull up the Axon view?
Sorry, I had an audio cut out right as you repeated your question. I'm sorry.
Bear with us while we pull up that.
Just to be clear, that entryway to the lower level at the back, that's not really considered a public entryway to the building. That is a field staff
Understood.
entrance. Yeah.
Understood.
I think if we can pull up
Okay.
a 5.00.
And we're proposing a native landscaping that is going to work into the existing terrain in that area. And again, when we submit our formal submittal, we're going to have a full landscaping plan by MIG that will include also some imagery of what it is that we're proposing to do. But we're trying to do as low of an impact on the property as possible and only native species. I mean, we're talking grass seed collection style.
Right.
I think, David, like what I squiggled here is what you're trying to explain, right? You're coming from the warehouse, coming down the stair and entering from the lower level for staff, but not visitors.
Correct.
So there's more to be done in the landscaping of the back of the building here.
Definitely from maybe from a grading or an identification of pathway perspective, yes, but from a vegetative perspective, again, we're just native grasses, low impact.
So it's a considerable slope off in the back of the building.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Drops into kind of a forest.
in a sense that raises the question of the height of the building as seen from that area. But is that internal to the entire park area without there being other visitors to the back side of the site?
Correct. Yes. So the backside of the building where you truly would see the two-story nature of the administrative building, that faces a forest,
Yeah.
pretty dense.
I've seen
And then a half a mile away, we have a trail called Old Ranch Trail. Again, that's fully within the same preserve, Montebello Preserve. So you in between Old Ranch Trail and this building is Stevens Creek Canyon, San Andreas Fault, all that. So it's a half a mile away. You might be able to see it as a two-story building. I've tried to figure that out from Google Street View from the trail, but it can't tell. The quality of the image is not good enough to tell.
Okay.
Any more questions?
I think that describes it.
Any more questions, David?
No, that's
All
fine.
right. Thank you. I'll jump to a couple of questions. One I brought up earlier, you mentioned APNs being arbitrary. Can you explain that?
Yes, and Sam, if by any chance you could pull up slide 8 from the PowerPoint that I gave you today, that would be great. So I think one thing to understand about Mid-Penn and the whole reason for this field office is we continue to acquire land. A lot of families who own ranches, they're aging out. Children don't want to run ranches the way they did 100 years ago. And so we are able to acquire parcels over time and pull them into our preserves. We have a real property division that handles all of those real estate transactions. Our real property division has been looking into this instance for almost 2 years. They are the ones who have indicated to us that this map that you're looking at right here, these two parcels, parcel A and parcel B, are the legal parcels. We are a special government district. When it comes to APNs, those don't necessarily apply to us the same way as private property owners. And we do not constitute the APNs with regards to the legal parcels. If you go to a surveyor and you ask for a legal parcel description, this is what you get.
And for the city, isn't that where all the setbacks come from? Is the legal parcel description?
Yes, it would be based on the legal parcel. So if that's the case, then it may resolve some of their issues. Yeah.
just to be completely transparent, that property boundary in that previous slide that I showed where it was like yellow outline, that is parcel A in this image. Our biggest issue is parcel A and parcel B. Those are two legal parcels, but they're in two jurisdictions. That's where it gets tricky with regards to a lot line adjustment. But we are completely open. We understand that under a typical circumstance, when you're not spanning jurisdictions, a lot line adjustment would have been the win here. Our problem is the two jurisdiction approach. Now, we have been working with the County of San Mateo for some time. And I think I've given Joey, Mike Schaller, he's the county planner we're working with, contact information so we can eventually work together because we're going to need approvals from San Mateo County. We're doing grading and parking lots in San Mateo County. San Mateo County won't take our application in until you have approved or recommended approval of our formal application. So I can't even submit to them until we come back formally to you. So we'd have to go to the PTC, then we're allowed to submit. But if this is something that the city wants to sit down with San Mateo County and us and our real property division and our legal counsel to discuss, we're totally open to that.
What is this line through here? That was in your other diagram?
That's the APN. So that's just for taxation purposes.
And within that line, which is, I believe is in this triangle, is within Santa Clara County and within Palo Alto.
Correct.
So there is a possibility of lot line adjustment between parcel A and parcel B to get this triangle into parcel A so that all of your setback issues go away. Is that true?
Triangle doesn't exist. What you're looking at here, parcel A and parcel B, those are the two parcels.
Right.
So in order to get the setback issue to not exist, you'd have to completely merge parcel A with all of parcel B and then work with the county to figure out the fact that parts of those parcels are actually in the county where the other parts are in Palo Alto. So I think for the argument, you have to ignore that dash line for the APN.
So Musum, I also think that no matter what happens, if as soon as they're touching parcel A is partially in San Mateo down here and partially in Santa Clara up here. So like, I definitely see where you're going because I'm thinking the same thing. If there's a way to keep it in Santa Clara County and keep it in Palo Alto, but as soon as you're touching parcel A, it's already straddling. They're going to have to go to both counties. Same thing with parcel B, because
Is that true for lot line adjustment versus merger?
You would have to record it presumably in both counties, and I don't know if there's any other components, but it's something we can explore further.
The other confusing part for us, I know that one of you actually called up the maps where you show the Santa Clara County line. We have a pretty amazing GIS team, and they work with San Mateo County, Santa Clara County. That's where they get all their data. They share all their data. This red dash line that you see on this map, that is tried and true, the county boundary for San Mateo County. When you look in records, what the Santa Clara County property boundary looks like, it is that squiggly line. Those two differentiate. We don't know how that is going to play into a potential lot merger or lot line adjustment as well. We're hoping that they would just defer to this one because it makes a little bit more sense to have straight lines other than the curved lines for these parcels, but we don't know.
On to another question, which there's a note here somewhere about public access to this site. You mentioned potentially board meetings and all, but are there any other members of the public coming to the site for anything?
No, this is a gated site. If you ever go up there, I know it's tough of page mail. I do it all the time. Our existing facility has a gate. You have to have the gate code to get in. We will be doing that here. In the instance of a public meeting, or if a local NGO has asked our general manager for utilization of the multi-purpose room, we could leave the gate open for access, but every other day of the year, every other time of the day, it will be a locked gate.
I guess question for the city regarding that, if there was, public access as an option, does that change parking counts?
Sorry, say that one more time. What change parking counts?
If this is open to the public on a, reservation basis in any way, does that change?
Possibly the way we would analyze is going to be looking at what is your use, what is the highest point of your use at any given time. And that's how normally we would determine what an appropriate parking ratio in this scenario, because the code states that it's at the discretion of the director. So that's how we would normally analyze that.
We couldn't allow the public to access the site within our hours of operation. So if we're having a board meeting, it would be after all of our LS&T staff have left the site for the day.
Okay. Joey, can you pull up that axon view, actually a site plan view again on A 1.00?
Yep, pulling that up.
Another instance of our two screens don't match that one, so maybe you give me stop share and share again. Thank you. Now they match. Oh, now it's
Oh, sorry. I think there was a lag in the sharing.
So here, thank you. You have this area shown that looks like a sort of a flat spot, relatively large. Is that intentional to be like a patio or anything on the backside?
Our board has specifically requested as a component of this project that there be outdoor gathering space for our staff in order to eat lunch, stretch. The work they do is incredibly taxing. So this provides an opportunity for them to stretch outdoors before and after their shifts.
Okay, so it would be like a flat paved area of some kind.
Yeah, some sort of, we haven't decided if it's going to be a permeable paver or if it's going to be a compounded DG. We haven't decided that yet.
Okay. While we're here also, so you're showing like a hammerhead turnaround here, which seems to dictate where this building goes, which again seems to adjust the terrain here. Can you explain I guess starting with the reason of why is this hammerhead here, since you seem to be able to turn around there?
It's just to show we comply with the requirements.
Oh,
That nobody,
which requirement?
with the requirements for vehicles turning. That's not actually a hammerhead. It won't be used as such. People will pull directly through and then come out through the yard. It's just illustrating our compliance with code requirements for large trucks that will be coming and making deliveries.
That is not going beyond.
It's not striped here. For example, that won't be striped on the site.
Okay, because you could slide that turnaround further, right? And I'm just trying to see, like, I guess maybe this question for Laura on is there a need for that building to poke out there, and is there a terrain adjustment to make that happen?
Oh. Yeah, Laura.
Yeah, the functional requirement that has pushed that building to the left as much as it has is more about just vehicles passing through the space between that shop building and then the building that's to its right, more so than the hammerhead. So just wanting to make sure that we have 30 feet there, so space for vehicles to go in both directions, plus someone to be pulled over and loading something in the space between the shop and the spaces near what's pushed the building over. But you're correct that it does have a grading implication, so it is something that as we're fine-tuning the site plan, we are trying to figure out how to massage that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it seems like, even a little bit of different shaping of this end of the building could help minimize, again, because you're trying to minimize site impact overall.
We are, yes.
Yeah. All right, just one last question that she brought up earlier as well on the slope of the roof. You mentioned it's 3 to 12 and you could go down to 2 to 12. Is that true?
I think so. Again, I would need to verify exactly when the switch happens for a low slope roof, but 2 and 12 sounds right.
Okay.
If I may.
Sorry.
So we're definitely have a robust discussion on this item. Doing a time check, it's 10:12. We do have another large proposal after this one. So
Yeah, actually, they're right on. I was going to wrap that up for any other questions.
Did you want clarification on water? I know there was some question about water.
I think you had mentioned that both water and sewer are all managed on site, right? You don't have city water.
No, the water, we don't have water. It will be, if all goes well with test drilling, the well would come from San Mateo County and go into Santa Clara County and the city of Palo Alto.
Thank you. I think, thank you. You may sit down. We'll wrap up questions. I think we should just have closing comments. Kendra, if you want to lead that.
Yeah, I sort of compiled a list of some sort of final comments. I'll try and keep it brief. And if this needs to be emailed later, I'm sure we can get it to the city who can get it to you. So I'm just going to try and keep it brief because we are on a bit of a time constraint. I would say items for you guys to present a note for when you actually come to presentation would be items like color, material, reflectivity, lighting, noise, which doesn't seem to be applicable, but just noting that would be great. Screening, solar, that landscaping that you had mentioned, any type of fire breaks, right? So things like that I think would be good to cover. I think overall the site plan makes sense. Like I think that your layout in terms of how you're going to use it and everything, it tracks, right? It's what you guys do is really important, and especially with all the fires that we've had recently and sort of just managing land and everything and keeping, our California state beautiful is pretty important, especially our local area. However, I do have to say, the lot line adjustment's kind of a sticking point in my mind. It's one of those that you guys have so much land. You chose this property. You could have chosen a different property. And this is sort of the hurdle for this parcel. Now, it also covers something as well, because you've got a 3.5% impervious coverage when you're supposed to be, you have 10.25 when you're supposed to be at 3.5. Your lot line adjustment would change the technical boundaries, and then those calculations all change. So you're sort of fixing that with this scenario. The height is something that, again, board member Joe had brought up repeatedly, board member Adcock had brought up. So I feel like there's some finesse in there, and basically understanding exactly what those heights are, showing those heights graphically and accurately is going to be really important at the next meeting. Floor plans, showing every floor plan of every building, even if they're boring, right? And we understand a warehouse is a warehouse, but we still need to see it. And then, yeah, it's just going back to that lot line adjustment. I think that that's one of those things that you guys need to sort of tackle that. I think you guys really, any other property, any other resident of this city is going to be held to those standards, and to give you an exception would feel really sort of unfair to every single other member of the city that lives here. So it's one of those, you guys have a team, you have people who are dedicated to real estate, you have people who acquire the parcels and figure this stuff out. Put them to work. Okay. So for next time, we would want to at least hear a plan of what's going on. And I think the city seems to be pretty willing to work with you on timing and things like that to make sure it doesn't, spiral this project into a 5-year project. Nobody wants that. So just figuring out the best path forward on that route. And with that, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kendra. Yeah, just overarching comments from all of us is, let's not push for variance and things when you can have a solution within, code requirements, lot line, height, all of that. You're, very special entity. We value what you do, and but to be equitable to everybody in the city, we just don't want to have to push boundaries more than necessary. Thank you so much for your presentation and a really exciting project. With that, we will take a 4-minute break and come back at 10:20. That was a little bit more than 4-minute break. Welcome back. Are we back to recording? Yes. All right. Thank you. We are back on. So we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is 3997 Fabian Way, request for a streamlined housing development review to construct a new 7-story multifamily residential development containing 273 rental units. The project is proposed in accordance with state density bonus law. Environmental assessment, the project is being processed as a streamlined CEQA review under section 15183. Zoning district is general manufacturing within GM ROLM focus area. And the recommendation to the board, bless you, is to conduct a study session to provide feedback on whether adjustments to the application would result in closer adherence to the objective design standards and standards contained in Palo Alto Municipal Code, Chapter 18.24, Objective Standards, consistent with the streamlined review pursuant of 18.77.073 for housing development projects. Apologies, that was a very long sentence. This project is subject to director's decision and does not require a recommendation from the ARB. So we will start with staff presentation on this.
And before we get started, I just want to note attachment D. We had a printing issue, so it was made available, should be up at the dais as well as in the back, available to the public.
Thank you.
I just think it would also be important to note that if anybody has not submitted a public comment card and would like to speak on this topic, please make sure to submit your card with our clerk.
Thank you. So just for process, we'll have a staff presentation and then applicant presentation and public comments. Depending on the number of cards, we may potentially reduce the number of minutes for each individual or group speakers. And with that, let's get going.
Good morning, board members. My name is Garrett Sauls. I'm the planner who's working on this application. Next slide. As noted by the chair, this project is for 3997 Fabian Way. Sorry, next slide, actually. One more, thank you. Which is a new housing development application at this project. It's a cluster of 6 parcels that are being proposed to be combined together. As the chair noted, this is being processed through the city's streamlined housing review application. The formal project was submitted back in 2024. Staff review has been ongoing since then, and this is the ARB study session that's required through that streamlined housing review process, which is happening today, of course. Following this, there would be a director's decision on the application once the city has completed its CEQA analysis. And as a note for those in attendance and those listening online, any public comments received throughout this process are provided to any of the board members, but we're also open to having additional conversations with the public when we need to. Next slide. For some background, in 2023, the council adopted this GM and RLM focus area in the areas that you see sort of highlighted on the screen to the right. And what that essentially provided was for housing projects, it modified the base allowance for floor area, height limits, parking requirements, and various coverages. Next slide. As a point of reference to this property as well as to some adjacent neighbors, this highlighted site, as you can see on the image here, represents those 6 parcels I mentioned before that would be merged together. It's adjacent to the Moldau residences, the JCC, now the girls' middle school, who will be moving in shortly, and as well as a number of other office and manufacturing buildings along East Charleston Road and Fabian Way. Next slide. To give a brief overview of the application, this is a focus area plus state density bonus application. Within the GM and RLM area, focus area, there's an allowance for developers to use those as base development standards, those modified underlying standards, and then additionally propose state density bonus law as a part of those applications. And what this project that we're considering today is a 273 application with 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. 12 of those units would be BMR units provided at very low income. and the remaining 9 paid through housing impact fee. As proposed, there's a 3.0 floor area ratio, 78% lot coverage ratio. The building is proposed to be 95 feet tall, with 332 vehicle parking stalls, 273 long-term bike parking stalls, and 28 short-term bike parking stalls. It is a 7-story building on top of a 2-story above grade garage. There are 3 large outdoor amenity areas at the ground floor of the building. And as proposed currently, there are 8 waivers that are requested through the application. As staff continues to review it, it may be that the additional waivers may be requested or concessions may be requested, but at this time, the applicant has not requested to use their concession, the one concession that they qualify for. Next slide. Images that you're going to see in the next couple slides reflect just the general site plan and the floor plans and the elevations. So here you can see the site plan, East Charleston on the right side, Fabian on the bottom of the screen. Next slide. This is the 2nd floor garage that you can see here. There's a part of the area near Fabian Way that is going to be a co-working space within this building for the residents. Next slide. Here you can see these courtyard A, B, C, and D, and E provided within the project, and you can start to see the layout of what these units are going to be, how the units are going to be placed on the site. Next slide. And this repeated pattern that you can see will cover the 4th through the 7th floors of the project. Next slide. Here you can see the streetscape elevations of the project. The top represents that widest angle facing the building on Fabian Way. On the left side, you can see the existing JCC building. And the bottom of the screen, you can see the Moldau residences on the East Charleston Road facing elevation. Next slide. This is the top image that you see here is the interior elevation facing towards the Moldau residences, and the bottom is the interior elevation facing the JCC. Next slide. Here, you can see that there are the materials that are provided, that are planned to be provided for the project, mostly containing brick, veneer, stucco, wood soffit materials, as well as metal awnings and storefront materials. Next slide. Some key considerations. Again, this is a streamlined housing application as noted by the chair. There is not a requirement to get any recommendation from the board, but this opportunity today provides an opportunity to discuss it and how the project can better conform with the objective design standards. With this, again, the base zoning standards for the GM are modified by the focus area that are provided, and those are additionally modified by the objective design standards the city has under 1824. As noted as well earlier, this project is currently being considered underneath the 15183 infill exemption through CEQA. There are 2 alternative projects that have been submitted. One, which was the initial submittal for this, was a 292 unit project, again, designed to be a focus area plus state density bonus compliant project. And then an additional 350 unit project, which is still active, which is considered a builder's remedy application. Next slide. Staff is looking to get some additional guidance on how this project can, again, better comply with the objective standards that are in 1824, particularly related to how the project is proposing to meet the requirements for providing 1 tree for every 25 feet along the shared property line for the Moldau residences, how the project can better comply with the base middle top design requirements as a part of meeting that sort of 3 out of 4 options within 1824-60. And additionally, then to provide some direction on how the project can better comply with the either 20 to 50 foot span for individual units or 10 to 16 foot span for creating a vertical rhythm along the rear and interior facing sides of the building towards the JCC and the Moldau residences respectively. Next slide. And the purpose of this meeting today is to conduct the study session and provide feedback on how this project, again, can better comply with the objective design standards. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do we have any quick questions for staff before we go to applicant presentation? Go ahead.
So I understand there was a builder's remedy application. This project went through multiple applications. So can you kind of provide a little bit of kind of legal context, like what are we looking at and um, how much, like what's the exact process here?
Of course, thank you. Yeah. Currently, what had been submitted initially to the city were two applications. One was a focus area plus state density bonus law application, and then also the builder's remedy application. So there are two applications that are in essence on file. The builder's remedy application is on hold due to a tolling agreement that the city has with the applicant, and that tolling agreement is essence in existence until the city makes a decision on this state density bonus, this focus area plus state density bonus law project. So at the moment, that application is not, the builder's remedy version is not being considered or being processed right now. We're only processing currently the focus area plus state density bonus law project. So that's what's in front of the ARB today.
Okay, so like how would an applicant think about this? They're like, okay, unless you approve this, I'm gonna revive the state, I'm gonna revive the builder's remedy, and I'm just going to do whatever I, want or what is allowed under the builder's remedy. Is that how they're thinking about it? Or like what's the point of kind of the tolling agreement and yeah.
The applicant can speak to their specific intentions, but for the purposes of how we're processing these applications, they are sort of two that we have on file right now. The tolling agreement, in essence, gives the city an opportunity to work through this focus area and density bonus law compliant version of the application, which is, to at least our understanding, a little bit more in keeping with what the design intention of the focus area and the objective design standards are trying to achieve.
Thank you.
Just follow-up question on that. The builder's remedy version, is that also 7 stories or more? Do you know?
To my knowledge, that is also a 7-story building. It would just be a different design than what we have in front of us today.
It had been noted in the packet at 350 units and 88 feet tall. And the current plan seems to be 273 apartments and 96 to 102 feet tall. Does that seem accurate?
Correct.
So the builder's remedy version is shorter, but probably more dense. Is that?
That's correct.
And I believe it had fewer parking spaces as well.
The previous one had fewer parking spaces?
The builder's remedy alternative to this project had fewer parking spaces, and I think that's also accounted for. Some of the units take up some of the area that is now parking.
It's sort of a little bit of a weird question. How common is it that an applicant would have two completely separate applications for two completely separate projects on one parcel?
During the time that builder's remedy or the sort of theory of builder's remedy was applicable, many applicants, I believe it was maybe around 10 or so, had filed sort of dual applications with the city for their various projects, where one was a builder's remedy version alternative, and the other was one that was an application intending to meet certain standards. So two examples that I can at least think of would be 3150 El Camino Real, and then 3400 El Camino Real, which was the Creekside project. And part of that was to start having these conversations with the city about these denser development types or development projects within the context of the focus area when they were coming online. And I believe that there may be only a handful of those builder's remedy applications still lingering, but there is a time when there were a number of them.
Okay, thank you.
Eric, could you describe a little bit what's the situation with the land and why there's no parking below grade?
Certainly. As proposed right now, the project is, I'll say one, the project is within the flood zone. Generally, to my knowledge, you're not able to have subterranean garage under residential uses in the flood zone unless there's a separating commercial component to the building. And Ms. Rabel, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's maybe something around 25 or 30% of the building needs to be some commercial component before that can be permitted, but maybe something greater.
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head. I want to say it might be 25%, but there are FEMA requirements related to it wouldn't allow it for exclusively residential project.
Isn't that true just for garage, not necessarily like residential use below grade? Or, sorry to put you on the spot.
I'm trying to recall offhand. I can't remember off the top of my head. I just know that there's a lot of difficulty with doing, if not impossible to do below grade in a flood zone. The other thing is that this is also within a plume area. And so it's quite a lot of cost, yeah, associated with that. It's very complicated to do that below grade.
Yingshi, you had a question as well?
Yeah,
How much of it could you describe? Do you know how much the plume is? Have they done a study of the plume to determine how much of the site is covered by the plume area?
This project is before this application has been more recently processed. There was this project, I believe, is downgrading of the Superfund site nearby at the Space Systems Loral facility, and so there's a lot of cleanup that's already underway right now to address that through a remedial action order that the Water Quality Control Board has provided to the applicant. And so the existing site today, if you've gone out to it, is that there's actually no buildings on the site currently. Part of that is a product of them trying to do this remediation in advance of trying to prepare for some future project on the site, some future residential project on the site.
David,
Keep
let's
going.
move on. Yeah. Any more questions?
yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so I want to know for the Housing Accountability Act, does it apply to builders warranty project as well? Because since the Housing Accountability Act allows the local agency to may deny or reduce the density of the project if the development would have a specific adverse impact on the public health or safety. So I want to know whether it applies to builders remedy as well.
Yes, that applies to builder's remedy as well.
Okay, thank you. And since the project we're reviewing today is under SB 330, does today's meeting counting one of the 5 meetings?
Yes.
And do you see the possibility that it will return to ARB later? Or
No, as a streamlined housing development review application, it's one study session in front of the architecture review board.
I understand. Thank you.
Is there a limit to the height of the building here?
Using the focus area standards, the maximum height is 60 feet. But as again, we mentioned during the presentation, they're able to propose through density bonus law waivers to that standard.
Waiver.
Yeah.
So what does the waiver allow? Anything in specific? I mean, could it be another story for any part of the building? Yeah.
The waiver is respective to the proposed density for the affordable units that are being provided. So it's not necessarily sort of an unlimited height, right? Or it could go up to, another couple 100 feet or something like that. Obviously, it's just respective to a level of affordability that they're providing and that percentage of what they can do to basically achieve this additional height in the units that are being built through that bonus that's provided.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. Let's, do we have applicant presentation as well?
We do.
Let's move on to that. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Samaishak, you want me to spell it down? Is that better? Okay. I'm sorry, what did you ask?
Oh, just state and spell your name, please.
Okay, Lisa Maishak, LISA MAJCHRZAK. Ready to start?
You
Okay.
will have 10 minutes.
Great, thank you. So good morning, board members. My name is Lisa Maishak. I'm with TCA Architects. I'm a studio director. Our firm specializes in multifamily housing, and we are the architects for this project, and I'll be presenting on behalf of the applicant. Next, please. So also with me here today is the applicant, Juno Realty Partners. John Favreau is online joining. We also have Lisa Ring from LOR Planning and Environmental Consulting. She'll be representing the applicant in person here. We also have Holland Partner Group, several of the members here who have been partnering with Juno for the last 2 years on this project. And then again, TCA Architects. I also have my colleague Teresa Ruiz with me. Today, at this study session, I'll do an overall kind of overview of the design and the evolution over time, and then really focus in on the topics that were raised in the staff report having to do with objective design standards. Next, please. All right, so this site is interesting. It's empty now, and it gives us the opportunity here on an urban design standpoint to complete the block and really create this urban edge where it didn't exist before, bring housing to an area that already does have housing, and it has this opportunity for a nice corner as well to like accentuate that corner with something grand and also to bring a public space there. We're also noticing that's part of like a contemporary style set by the neighbors of the architecture, and we're responding to that as well. Next, please. So this project, as we mentioned before, is also in a housing inventory site, and so it helps the city to realize their desire for more housing. This is a 7-story project, so it's 5 levels of residential over 2 levels of above grade parking that is structured and screened by the building. 273 units, which is reduced from the last time. And next, please. All right, so just backing up and kind of going through the design evolution over the last 5 years that this project has been in the works. Originally, a different architect had done a pre-screen with the city in 2020 that was more of a donut shape. So it was like a donut with a central courtyard. It had a really long continuous facade. It was 5 stories, assumed subterranean parking for that. And it was, in the 290 range for units. There was an opportunity at that pre-screen where we got public comment, and then the design changed. TCA became involved, and our schemes changed it a bit, where the upper levels had more of a fingered courtyard idea. So we're breaking up the massing and not having a long continuous facade, no central courtyards. They really kind of peek out through the exterior. It went through some more, there was a private meeting between the developer and JCC Moldau where we received additional comments from them. And the design progressed further, was submitted to the city a couple times. And then in the latest round, we've made additional changes, which I'll walk through next. Next, please. So here's the current design. And as you can see, it has courtyards that kind of peek out over the edge. It's a nice opportunity to have activity up at the podium level, which is level 3, and also down at the corner where there's pedestrian activity. Nice play there. The vertical massing along Fabian is like 3 pieces of massing that with a setback for the courtyards. Next, please. And as you continue around the back, we've continued with those exterior facing courtyards so that there's more light and space given to the neighbors on that side rather than a continuous facade. You'll also notice that the exterior courtyard that's facing Fabian, it pulls back the massing to cast fewer shadows onto the community pool. We wanted to be respectful of that as well. Next, please. All right, so this is looking from East Charleston, looking down there, and we've added a section to show kind of the tightest distance that you would have between our building, which is complying with setbacks. We have a 10-foot setback in the back, and then the neighboring residences, which is roughly 29 feet. So that's the tightest condition where you have those 3 massings, and then it expands further an additional 43 feet where it steps back. Next, please. Okay, so walking a little bit more through the plans again and the differences there. So just to explain again, we are in a floodplain, so that was one of the changes that we had to, because it's 100% residential, bring it up 1 foot above base flood elevation level. Because of also the contaminated soils, we were limited. We couldn't have any dwelling units on the ground level. So what we've done is we've concentrated fitness and amenity spaces and the leasing on the ground level at that corner where we could. Because we're also having to kind of flatten it out up high, it creates this like kind of a grade differential. As you go to the left, it becomes steeper and steeper to get up to that garage level. So it's kind of forcing our driveway closer to the center. Next, please. All right, as we go up to the podium level, so we have 2 levels of garage, and then the podium level is where you have your first set of units. There are 5 courtyards. The 3 facing the one on the left corner and then facing Mulda are all more passive courtyards. And then the active courtyard with a pool and then the adjacent one on Fabian are more of the active courtyards. And so in that, yeah, and in this view too, because we're starting to pull away and create more courtyards, it has reduced our unit count from like 295 to 273. That was one of the trade-offs we made. Next, please. All right, so just diving a little further with the objective design standards. One of the parts we wanted to highlight was the idea of this corner and that we can have a prominent corner. It can be evocative and iconic. It also is going to, the steep overhang allows us to protect and define an outdoor plaza space for pedestrians. The top as well is angled, so that's kind of our impression of the base metal top on this edge, where we're kind of accentuating the top element and having it come up with this discontinuous facade on Fabian. Next, please. So more about the base metal design. As it wraps around, you could see that we have a continuous datum that occurs at the garage level, at that level 3 line. That wraps all the way around. And then on the back side where you're facing Mulda, there's more color differentiation between middle and top. We've also introduced some vertical recesses in the last round, so that's something that you haven't seen yet, against the JCC and then against kind of where that 1-story neighboring building is as well. Next. All right, so just looking at the exterior elevations, this is showing the palette. We do have a fine grain material of that brick and are using color to differentiate the forms and provide interest. Next. And then this is the backside where you could see the color differentiation as well, and then the materials. Next. All right, so lastly, we want to address the question about the landscape screening. And so I think what might not have been clear in our previous drawings was that there's an existing row of dense trees on the neighboring property. And so to us, there's also like a 6-foot fence there. You can start to see in that lower left corner. Then if you look beyond, it's a continuous tree set of trees there. So to us, it did make sense to add another set of trees on our side at 25 foot and then to do a 6-foot tall hedge that would be completely obscured by that fence. And so that was something we'd want some input on how to approach that. Okay, and that concludes the presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You may sit down. Do we have public requests to speak?
Yeah, through the chair, we have 7 groups, and then we have 6 individual speakers.
Do we know how many people in each group?
Each group is being represented by a spokesperson representing 5.
Okay. So because we have a lot of public speakers, I would like to propose that we have 7 minutes for the groups each and 2 minutes for individuals.
Okay. Our first speaker is Stuart Kay, speaking on behalf of 5.
Here, I'm going to go out of order here just for a moment, and I'm going to just say that we would like to ask you to adhere to the generally granted standards for time. Most of our speakers can fit within the window that you're asking for, but a couple of us need a bit more. We have only a select group of speakers representing the large group you see here today, and we are attempting to be respectful of your time, but this is the only opportunity this group has to state their points, and giving us an extra 15 or maybe even 20 minutes to share our important concerns really should not be taken from them. So hopefully you can give us, a few of us, a little more than 7 minutes.
We would like to be fair. We can start with 7 each, and if a group doesn't use all 7 minutes and want to concede that time to your group, we can do that. But overall, we want to keep the 5 groups to 35 minutes total. Thank you.
Okay.
Please state and spell your name for the record. Thank you.
Honorable board members, I'm Stuart Klein and I speak on behalf of the Toby Currett Campus for Jewish Life, home of the Oshman Family Jewish Community Center and the Moldau Senior Residences. Our campus touches two sides of the Fabian Way parcel, so we are the neighbor most impacted by this proposed project. I am the first of 5 campus speakers, and my job is to give an overview. 4 colleagues, JCC President Zach Bodner, Moldau CFO Ben Chayka, campus architect Randy Pop, and attorney Camus Steinmetz will follow me and provide more detail. Let me start where we all agree. We support housing on this site, period, full stop. 25 years ago, I was one of the volunteers who raised donations to build this campus. And we built 193 units of senior housing, including 24 BMR units. We are not here today to stop homes from being built. But we are here today to oppose this particular design because every day it will harm the health and the safety of 3 vulnerable populations. Seniors, as you can see today, Moldau Residences houses 230 seniors with an average age of 86 years old. Children, 500 children are enrolled in JCC preschool and after-school programs. And 2,000 adults visit the JCC every day. Why do I say that adult visitors to the JCC are a vulnerable population? Because the JCC receives FEMA security grants, which is a federal public recognition that the JCC faces an elevated risk of targeted violence. Today, you'll hear 3 concerns, all related to health and safety. The first is sunlight. Our shadow study shows that the proposed massing will block sunlight and put 32 units into near total shadow. Loss of daylight is a documented medical risk for the elderly. And our architect will show that a different massing scheme would address this with no loss of units. Second, emergency access. If there were a fire, an earthquake, or an anti-Semitic attack, more traffic congestion will slow down first responders, will delay evacuation, and will lengthen hospital travel times, all beyond established city and state standards. Moldau already calls an ambulance about 5 times every week, so emergency access is already a worry. Third, pedestrian safety. The proposed project pushes more traffic into the intersection of San Antonio Road and East Charleston, which the city describes as the most unsafe intersection in Palo Alto, thereby endangering the elderly, JCC visitors, students on their way to 3 nearby schools, and bikers on the way to the Baylands. 2 quick process comments, and then I will wrap up. We raised these health and safety concerns, sunlight, emergency access, and pedestrian safety with the applicant in 3 letters over the past 5 years. We have received no reply and have seen only 1 small mitigation in 3 cycles of plan submittals. Second, the staff report references a 2025 meeting between the applicant and Moldau. We have no record of such a meeting, So we ask staff to provide the date and the attendees at that meeting before the city relies on that information. And today you heard applicants say that they met with the JCC. The president of the JCC will speak next, and he will tell you no such meeting occurred. Our request to the city comes in two parts. Where redesign can solve the problem, please require redesign. For example, step the building back from the property line to preserve Moldau sunlight and preserve JCC pool deck safety and privacy. It can be done with no loss of units. And second, where redesign cannot mitigate, please shrink the project. We have presented evidence of degraded pedestrian safety and extended emergency response times that all exceed state and city guidelines. If the city is persuaded by this evidence, they should scale the project back. In summary, housing, yes, but not if it endangers hundreds of children, hundreds of seniors, and thousands of JCC visitors. As we have said for 5 years, we stand ready to work with the applicant to address our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Next group, please.
Our next speaker is Zach B., speaking on behalf of 5.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished members of the Architectural Review Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Zach Bodner, Z-A-C-K-B-O-D-N-E-R, and I'm the president and CEO of the Oshman Family Jewish Community Center. The Oshman Family JCC is tremendously proud to have been a vital part of life in Palo Alto for 60 years. Nearly 20,000 people come through our doors every single week. That includes Palo Alto residents who are members of our fitness center, as well as those who attend events, or those whose children attend our preschool, our after-school care programs, our camps. So we're an essential part of the community of residents for the Jews and non-Jewish community. Now, the OFJCC unequivocally supports residential development in Palo Alto. We believe housing to be of the utmost importance for our community. And just as we supported our neighbors at Altair and Alto Torre, right next to the JCC, we're excited to welcome our neighbors at 3997. I want to be clear that we do support this project, but we have 3 very specific concerns about the current design and its impact on safety and security. And as Stuart mentioned, we would love to meet with the developers, the architects, and work through some of this stuff, but we have not been able to meet with them. They have not responded to our requests to meet, despite what they said in the record. So first, we're concerned that the additional traffic generated by this project will further burden East Charleston and the Fabian Way, which are critical emergency access routes to our campus. The traffic and emergency response information that is publicly available indicates that the added congestion is likely to push emergency response performance below acceptable city standards. For a community center that serves thousands of seniors, children, and vulnerable people every single day, that's a serious health and safety concern. Number 2, we humbly ask the board to consider the security aspect of this project. The building not only towers over our campus, but it has a direct and unprotected line of sight to our outdoor pool where families gather. According to the FBI, the U.S. has seen an increase of 400% of anti-Semitic incidents since October 7th, 2023. Locally, we've seen graffiti with swastikas, flyers filled with anti-Semitic tropes, vandalism, and even violent assaults. The JCC has been worried about our elevated risks targeting us, and that's why we did apply for and receive DHS nonprofit security grants to help us secure our campus. So it is in this context that we worry that the windows and the roof looming over our campus not only present security and surveillance threats, but also create a harassment risk. We recognize that residents have a right to express their own political views from their homes, including through signs, banners, and flags. But because of the extraordinary proximity of this building, those displays could become an unavoidable and persistent part of the environment experienced by families, children, and members using the JCC. In the current climate, prominently displayed anti-Semitic or intensely anti-Israel messaging immediately overlooking a Jewish institution could be deeply disturbing to the people using our campus. This is not a hypothetical, as we've actually seen this very situation happen in other parts of the world. Finally, number 3, the physical profile of the structure is so big and so close to our building's property line that it presents privacy concerns. The OFJCC has one of the few outdoor swimming pools available to Palo Alto residents, and this massive structure will create significant shadow on our pool deck during critical times of the day, thus diminishing its use to families as an enjoyable sunny gathering spot. It will also create real privacy issues for swimmers who will suddenly be exposed to every window. These realities could ultimately decrease the value of a JCC membership. So, as I conclude, I just want to say on behalf of the OFJCC and the thousands of people that make their way to us every single day, I want to reiterate that we support this project, but I respectfully ask the board to recognize these documented health and safety, security, privacy, and operational impacts, and to recommend that they be satisfactorily mitigated through the project design before it moves forward in its present form. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ben C., speaking on behalf of 5.
Good morning, honorable members of the board. My name is Ben Chaika, Chaika. I am here as Moldau's Chief Financial Officer and as someone who cares deeply for its residents after having worked with them for going on 10 years. Moldau currently houses roughly 230 of Palo Alto's most vulnerable community members. The average age of our residents is 86 years old, with our oldest resident approaching 104. 24 residences, 1 out of every 8, are below market rate housing with residents who are more financially vulnerable. Many of our residents are disabled. All face the challenges that come with aging. As currently proposed, this project will directly harm the health and safety of Moldau's seniors. I am joined by many of those seniors, as well as a few of our department heads and board members. Most of us are wearing Hawaiian leis to show that we are here as a community. Would everyone from Moldau please raise your hand so the board can see us? Thank you. Later in the public comments, you will also hear directly from a few residents selected by our resident association to share their personal experiences and perspectives. I will discuss 2 major negative impacts on safety. The next speaker, Randy Pop, will discuss negative health impacts. Moldau is deeply concerned that this project will lengthen emergency response times. Ambulances being able to reach our community quickly is literally a matter of life or death. Longer response times could be the difference between a terrifying moment before help arrives and the loss of someone's spouse, parent, or grandparent because emergency services arrived too late. Our concern is not hypothetical. Moldau receives over 21 ambulance visits per month on average. That's more than 2 ambulance visits every 3 days. The Palo Alto Fire Department has established an 8-minute response time standard. Travel time from the closest fire station can already take 7 minutes during pickup and drop-off times of the nearby schools. Likewise, the state of California has established a 30-minute travel time standard from a residence to the nearest hospital. Travel time from Moldau to Stanford Hospital can take 28 minutes in traffic. We are already on the cusp of exceeding the safety standards related to travel time. The project is expected to add approximately 1,240 vehicle trips per day to an area that is already heavily congested. This is likely to cause these safety standards related to travel time to the fire department and to the hospital to be exceeded. The second safety standard that the second safety concern that I will discuss is closely related to the first concern of emergency response time. The project as proposed will exacerbate the neighborhood's traffic safety issues. The City of Palo Alto's Safe Streets for All Safety Action Plan of 2025 identifies San Antonio Road from Alma Street to East Charleston Road as part of the city's high injury network based on its crash history and collision severity. Approximately 30% of the reported crashes occurred along Fabian Way. Likewise, the city's bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan ranks the intersection of Fabian and East Charleston as having the highest bicycle level of traffic stress. Additionally, the city has formally committed to reducing traffic fatalities and serious injuries on Palo Alto roadways to 0 by 2035. Approving a project that significantly increases traffic in an area the city itself has identified as particularly dangerous needs to be considered in light of that commitment. Moldau's residents are already endangered by the neighborhood's traffic conditions. As currently proposed, without other interventions, the massive size of this project will make the neighborhood even more dangerous for our elderly residents. Please imagine how you would feel if it were your parents and grandparents whose safety was being endangered. When our next speaker discusses how this project will impact access to direct sunlight, please imagine how you would feel if your parents or grandparents suffered from mobility issues so that they had to spend most of their time indoors and then had most of their home's direct sunlight cut off, the sunlight that is essential for their physical, mental, and sleep health. On behalf of Moldau residences and our seniors, I ask the board to recognize these as specific and measurable safety and health impacts, with the safety impacts grounded in the city's own adopted safety standards and policies. And I ask the board to recommend that these impacts be satisfactorily mitigated before the project moves forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Randy P., speaking on behalf of 5.
Mr. Pop, you may have 10 minutes based on the time not used by the last 3.
Okay, and I have 23 more cards that I can offer into the record. Each of these people would get 2 minutes if they were allowed to speak. Can I please have an additional 5 minutes to finish all of my remarks? It's really important that you hear what I have to say.
Can you pass the comment cards to him? So all of these speakers are being added to your group?
They're all here today.
All right. So you may have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Chair Adcock, members of the Architectural Review Board, thank you for your time today. I want to also thank city staff for the detailed and thoughtful presentation and for the work that's gone into bringing this project before you. My name is Randy Popp, P-O-P-P. I'm an architect, and as some of you may know, I previously served for 3 years on the Architectural Review Board. I want to begin with this. I am a strong proponent of housing. Palo Alto needs more housing, and I have spent much of my career working to create it. But not all housing is good housing. Unit count matters, but so do quality, relationship to surroundings, and impact on people who already live nearby. And pointing out the obvious, Moldau Residences is itself housing. I have a particular history with this campus. I served as the architectural project director for the Toby Currett Campus for Jewish Life during its development. We always understood that the Fabian Way property could someday be redeveloped, We did not design this campus assuming the site next door would remain vacant, but the context was very different. The zoning contemplated a building of about 35 feet. That scale informed how we designed Moldau, its placement, massing, residential units, light, views, relationship to the neighboring property. Over time, that physical environment has also influenced how residents chose particular homes within the building. I'm not suggesting that zoning can never change or that nothing taller than 35 feet should ever be built there. Clearly, the regulatory environment has changed dramatically, but what is now proposed is dramatically different. A 7-story building approaching 100 feet, immediately adjacent to an existing senior community center designed in very different context and across the street from a much lower scale development. The Toby Correct campus built 193 senior residents here in 2009. These homes are part of Palo Alto's existing housing stock. Residents deliberately chose Palo Alto, this campus, and these homes. The average age at Moldau is 86, and many simply cannot relocate. I do not believe that solving one housing need by substantially degrading housing that already exists is good planning. That is why we have characterized this project as robbing Peter to pay Paul. When I sat in your seats, I never thought our job was simply to determine whether a building was attractive. We worked with applicants to improve their projects while recognizing that architecture does not stop at the property line. Buildings affect one another. Height, setback, massing, orientation, privacy, sunlight, all matter. Those are not simply aesthetic considerations. They determine how a new building affects the people who live around it. Sam, can I have the first slide, please? The applicant has made changes, and some are, great, thank you. Some are improvements. Apartments have been reduced, and the long wall facing Moldau has been broken apart with larger openings between building wings. I want to acknowledge that, but it would be a mistake to conclude that the impact on Moldau has therefore simply become smaller. The applicant's own building data shows that the stated height increased 7 feet 5 inches. Along the Moldau facing side, the 7th floor is 7 feet higher. The roof is more than 6 feet higher, and the typical parapet is more than 7 feet higher. Critically, the building still provides no meaningful upper story transition toward Moldau. The wings facing these senior residences rise essentially to full height. So I do not look at this as simply 22 fewer units. I look at the geometry, and architecture is geometry. Putting this much building at this height, this close to an existing residential community, has consequences. One is daylight and shadow. Next slide, please. We commissioned an updated analysis using the current cycle 3 design, and I want to show you what that means from the perspective of the people who actually live here. This is unit H104 at the podium level, the first residential level. Look at the difference between existing and proposed. This is not simply a changed view. The new building occupies the resident's full visual field and materially changes the daylight at the window. Someone lives behind this window. Next. Now move up the same stack to the 4th level. The relationship changes with elevation, but the impact does not disappear. The proposed building still presents a substantial wall directly across from the residence. Next slide, please. This is K106, also at the podium level. It benefits from additional separation because part of the neighboring property is outside of the project scope. Even with that distance, the proposed configuration dramatically changes the resident's daylight and outlook. Next, please. And this is K406 directly above it. Again, even with greater separation, the impact remains substantial. Next slide, please. These studies show the same condition from another perspective. On both, I'm out of order. Next slide, please. On both June 21 and September 21, the proposed building casts shadow onto the Moldau residential wings. This is not just a change in view, it's a direct reduction in the daylight reaching these homes. These 4 units are examples of a larger condition affecting 32 Moldau residences. That is why we sought the opinion of Dr. Jamie Zeitzer, professor of psychiatry and co-director of the Stanford Center for Sleep and Circadian Sciences, a recognized expert on light, sleep, and circadian biology. We asked a simple question. What does this loss of daylight actually mean for elderly residents? His conclusion is not that these residents would simply prefer more sunlight. He explains that daytime light helps regulate sleep, circadian rhythm, mood, alertness, and physical and mental health, and that older adults are particularly vulnerable to reduced daytime light exposure. His written conclusion is that the project will directly cause a specific adverse impact on the physical and mental health, including leading to premature mortality. of the approximately 32 elderly residents who experience a significant reduction in natural window filtered daylight. I want to pause on those words for a moment. Premature mortality. That is an extraordinary conclusion from a Stanford professor whose work is devoted to understanding how light affects sleep, circadian biology, and human health. When an expert of that caliber says a design consequence may contribute to premature mortality, I believe we have an obligation to take it seriously. So the shadow study and the medical evidence work together. The shadow study shows you the architectural impact. Professor Zeitzer tells you what that impact means to the people living behind those windows. Can we go back one, please, Sam? The study also shows substantial impact to the JCC pool and pool deck. Zach has already discussed the broader operational, security, and institutional implications. Architecturally, the point is the same. The effects are predictable consequences of the height, location, and massing of the proposed building. There is another important point in the staff report that's directly within this board's role. Staff has independently identified potential failures of the city's objective design standards, including landscape screening along the Moldau property line, required facade breaks, and the base middle top articulation standard. Those are not subjective criticisms of the building being too large. They are objective standards intended to provide screening, break down long facades, and create meaningful architectural articulation. Along the Moldau edge, clustering trees while leaving gaps is not the same as leaving a continuous buffer. I believe these issues should be resolved before approval. Either the project complies, is modified to comply, or the applicant clearly identifies and substantiates the waiver or concession it relies on. I also want to acknowledge the unusual position this board is in. The regulatory environment you are working within today is very different from the one I experienced when I sat on this board. State housing legislation has substantially constrained the city's discretion. I'm not asking you to reject this project because I prefer another design or to exercise authority you do not have. Camus will explain the legal framework after me. As I understand it, one path involves compliance with objective standards. The other involves specific adverse impacts on public health or safety. That is why the evidence you have already heard from Zach and Ben and the daylight evidence I am showing you now matter. We're not asking you to substitute subjective architectural preference for state housing law. We are asking you to look carefully at the consequences of the design before you. We're showing you a substantial and quantifiable loss of daylight to an elderly residential population. Professor Zeitzer explains why that loss has real health consequences. And the next question is, are those impacts simply unavoidable consequences of building housing on this site? As an architect, I do not believe they are. The challenge, in my view, is not to recreate the 35-foot zoning that existed when we designed Moldau. The challenge is to create a meaningful transition between two dramatically different scales of residential development. As an architect, I can also imagine a very different way of organizing this project. Rather than carrying so much full height building mass along the Moldau edge, I would explore concentrating more of the building toward Fabian and creating a much stronger transition in height as the project approaches Moldau. Along Fabian, the project could maintain a more continuous urban edge with courtyards organized within the site. Moving toward Moldau, the building could terrace down meaningfully, not through token offsets, but through real reductions in height and mass. The goal is simple: more building where the site can absorb it, less where the building impacts the existing residents. Along the Moldau side, I try to minimize the amount of tall building wall as much as reasonably possible. That could substantially improve daylight, privacy, perceived scale, and the relationship between the two residential communities. There's obviously a parking challenge. One approach might be to reduce the garage to approximately 1 story along the Moldau edge and shift more structured parking toward Fabian. That's not typically how Palo Alto prefers to treat a street frontage. But design is about balancing competing impacts. Some additional garage presence along Fabian may be a reasonable trade-off if it substantially reduces the mass and health impacts along an existing senior community. I'm not suggesting this is the only solution or that I've designed the project for the applicant. My point is simply that these impacts are consequences of design choices, and there are architectural approaches that could substantially reduce them. The important point is not whether this particular diagram is the answer, it's that these impacts can be addressed through design. I want to be very precise about what I'm asking the board to do. First, address the objective standard issues your own staff has identified and make a clear record as to whether the project complies, needs modification, or is relying on justified waiver or concession. Second, recognize the significant health impacts that this building's height and massing will impose on Moldau residents, and recommend that those impacts be satisfactorily mitigated before the project is approved. The physical design is not incidental to those impacts, it's their cause. Height, massing, setback, and configuration are the mechanisms producing shadow. Those same tools can be used to mitigate it. This is the role I believe architectural review can play here. I'll wrap this up by returning to the people who live next door and by making this a little more personal. I've talked a lot about architecture, height, massing, setbacks, sunlight, objective standards, but for me, this is also deeply personal. My parents are 85 and 86 years old, and they are planning to move to Moldau when the time is right. Many of their friends already live there, people I have known since I was a child. So when I say that Moldau itself is housing, that is not an abstract point for me. Helping design and build this campus was one of the most meaningful experiences of my career. It gave me a deep appreciation for what this kind of housing represents. People do not simply move into a unit here. They make a very deliberate choice about where they want to spend an important and often final chapter of their lives. They're choosing a home. They're choosing community. They're choosing the environment they expect to live in every day. And many of the residents who are already here made that choice long before this project was proposed. That is why the consequences we have been discussing matter so much. They will not be experienced as lines on a zoning diagram or numbers in a staff report. They will be experienced in the daylight that reaches someone's home, in what they see when they look out their window, in their privacy, in their health, and in the quality of the place they choose to live. Professor Zeitzer's conclusion makes that especially difficult to ignore. He is not simply telling us that these residents will have less pleasant homes. He is warning of a specific adverse impact on their physical and mental health, including the risk of premature mortality. Those are extraordinary words. And when there are architectural ways to substantially reduce those impacts, I do not believe we should accept them as unavoidable price of creating more housing. When I served on this board, I believed our responsibility was to help applicants make projects better, not just for the applicant, but for the larger community the project becomes part of. I know your authority today is more constrained, but I believe that responsibility still matters. Palo Alto needs housing. I strongly support building housing on this site. But good housing should strengthen the fabric of the city, not diminish the quality of housing that is already here. For the people who already call Moldau home, and for people like my parents who may someday call it their home, I respectfully ask you to recognize the impacts and recommend they be meaningfully mitigated before this project moves forward in its present form. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Camas S., representing 5.
7 minutes. Thank you. Please state and spell your name.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Camas Steinmetz, CAMASSTEINMETZ, and I was born in Palo Alto and educated in its public schools, and my parents still live in the very house that I grew up in. I'm also a land use attorney at Jorgensen, Siegel, McClure, and Flagel in Menlo Park, and I represent both the Oshman Family Jewish Community Center and Moldau Residences, whose representatives you just heard from. Both these charitable organizations are situated on the Campus for Jewish Life, which borders proposed project on 2 sides, in which I helped entitle as a young associate in 2009 before it opened. While my clients strongly support more housing in Palo Alto and on this site in particular, they do not approve of this project's current design configuration. The project may provide needed housing, but as explained by previous speakers and in my letter to you that you should have received on Friday, it would also do so at a high cost to the nearby children, seniors, and JCC visitors. We understand that the city's discretion over this project is constrained by the state's housing laws. However, it is important to note that the city does have the ability to deny this project if it would have a specific adverse impact upon public health or safety. A specific adverse impact is defined by state law as a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified, written public health or safety standards, policies, or conditions. Based on our review of the applicable state laws and the evidence in the record, we believe this threshold is met on both health and safety grounds. With regard to health, as Randy explained, at nearly 100 feet in height, this project would tower over and cause a specific adverse impact on the health of the residents of 32 Moldau units by depriving them of the sunlight required for their health according to both U.S. Green Building Code standards and medical standards as explained by Stanford University Professor Zeitzer in his letter attached to mine. With regard to safety, as Ben explained, this project would generate 1,240 additional vehicle trips, which would cause a specific adverse impact on the safety of the neighboring Moldau residents and JCC visitors and employees by one, delaying response times for ambulances and first responders beyond the 8-minute standard response time established by the Palo Alto Fire Department, and two, delaying travel time to the nearest hospital beyond the 30-minute standard established by the state. Because this project is located within close proximity of senior housing, a community center, and several schools, all of which are considered to be at heightened risk of adverse health outcomes from environmental impacts, we expect that these and other public health and safety impacts will be further evidenced in the record through its environmental analysis required by CEQA, which is still being prepared and not yet available. If these specific adverse public health and safety impacts we have identified are not mitigated or cannot be mitigated, then the legal finding to deny this project under the Housing Accountability Act, State Density Bonus Law, and the Palo Alto Municipal Code is satisfied, and the city's denial of this project would be justified. However, to be clear, we are not asking the city to deny this project outright. What we are asking for are modifications to its design to avoid the health and safety impacts that otherwise would justify denial. As Randy showed in his earlier presentation, massing modifications can substantially reduce or eliminate sunlight deprivation without a reduction in units. If the safety impacts driven by the project-generated traffic cannot be mitigated with design modifications or otherwise, then shrinking the density to reduce these adverse impacts may be warranted. Therefore, on behalf of Moldau and the JCC, we respectfully request that you acknowledge and consider the specific adverse public health and safety impacts we've identified and request that the developer work with us to satisfactorily mitigate these impacts while added needing housing to the city that we all care deeply about. And that concludes the campus's presentation. Thank you for your consideration.
Our next speaker is Henry L., speaking on behalf of 5, followed by Marilyn L.
Good morning, ARB. My name is Henry Liu, LEW. I'm the medical co-chair of the health committee at Modal, but I'm also a clinical associate professor of medicine at Stanford. I'm a board certified cardiologist, but I'm going to be brief. It's just to let you know, what is it like for a senior, I'm in my 90s, to lose sunshine? Now, you've heard that it can be harmful, but this is what we experience. We need morning sunshine because it activates the melatonin that allows us to have good sleep. Now, we also don't have good sleep already because we have to get up many times during the night. People have pain, they turn over in bed and the pain wakes them over. And then the other thing about sunlight, it also activates your vitamin D system, but that doesn't affect the ARB here. It does improve your immune system, but that's not an item that you need to deal with. However, sunlight activates another hormone the brain makes called serotonin. Serotonin, if you've had jet lag or you experience winter blues.
Right now.
The winter blues called SAD, seasonal affective disorder, due to the loss of sunlight. Serotonin for a senior greatly affects your mood. It elevates your mood. if the levels are low, when you lose sunlight, and it also decreases anxiety. So it's harmful. And the ARB is not used to harming the neighbors. Medicine has a motto, primum non nocere, first do no harm. And I know the ARB tries to protect the neighbors when new buildings go up. So please be aware, the information you received today, it's quite possible when you lose sunlight and you face Fabian, your health will go down, you're going to become depressed, you become more depressed, and you may actually die much younger. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marilyn L.
Good morning, board and staff. My name is Marilyn Levy, Levy, and I live in the Moldau Senior Residences on the west side of the building, immediately overlooking the proposed construction site. In fact, you saw the view from my apartment, H104, in the architect's renderings. I would be severely impacted by the lack of sunlight. My late husband, Michael, and I moved into the Moldau community in 2024 when it became clear that Michael's medical condition was going to need more support and benefit from an easier lifestyle. Prior to moving in, we toured the available units in the complex that each had a similar layout and walking distance to the community rooms. We chose the apartment H104 that had the most sun-filled windows and a balcony deck brushed by trees. As Michael's condition continued to deteriorate, he was more and more confined to our apartment. One of the few things that consistently brought Michael relief was sitting out on our breezy deck, soaking up the afternoon sun. He used to joke that he just needed to step out to recharge for a few minutes. As time went on, Michael's mobility and overall condition became worse. When returning home from one of his many hospital visits, he remarked on the sense of relaxation he felt just crossing the threshold into our bright, airy home. Unfortunately, his increasing discomfort and waning strength required him to spend extended time in a medical recliner using supplemental oxygen inside. And though the recharging took a little longer while indoors, we both became very grateful for such large picture windows and the sunlight those windows brought in. Research by the Mayo Clinic suggests that adults over 70 need more natural sunlight than younger populations. Sunlight helps the body absorb calcium, which maintains bone strength and the immune system. The research also reveals that any reduction in sunlight exposure can negatively affect mental health and cause disruptions to sleep, two more factors that have a direct effect on the immune system. Simply put, the Mayo Clinic draws a direct connection between ample sunlight and senior health. Sadly, Michael passed in February. And at that end, his spirit was still strong, though his body wasn't. Had Michael's deterioration been coupled with a window view that featured only a parking garage or a building face and little sunshine, his spirit may have failed long before his body did. Along with the community and care Michael received at Moldau Residences, I credit the bright windows, the quiet rustling of the tree branches, and the peaceful sunsets with keeping his emotional and spiritual batteries charged to the end. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jamie N., followed by Steve C. Is Jamie Newell here?
Good morning. I'm Janie Newell, Newell, like the street. I live in Charleston Village, which is diagonally across from JCC. I have a question. How many affordable units will be offered in this new proposal? Out of 200 and
Here, can you remind us?
our concern
Yep.
is
Well, sorry, 12 units.
only 12. And I understand there's going to be another equally dense unit put on the other side of Charleston on Fabian. There's also a new proposal in the Hengehold lot on San Antonio and Charleston, and a condominium complex on San Antonio and Middlefield. My concern is very similar to the JCC. It's the density of the units and the concentration of these huge complexes in such a short area. It's creating more traffic, which is always extremely bad now. If you travel on San Antonio from Charleston from Middlefield to San Antonio, it is a gridlock. I have waited sometimes 2 or 3 traffic lights just across Middlefield, and it's due to the traffic going to the freeways. Now, I understand that people say that, oh, they're not going to drive their cars. They're within a certain amount of distance to public transportation. There isn't any. It's a mile to the train station. It's 2 blocks to 101.
Thank you. That concludes your time.
All right. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Steve C., followed by Beth R.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing us. My name is Stephen Chandler, Stevan Chandler, Chandler. I am a resident of Moldau. The wall of this new building will complete the creation of a 3-sided box canyon when you consider it in conjunction with the walls of our building. The windows on level 1 and 2 of the new proposed building are to be mostly cyclone fencing windows or equivalent to provide passive ventilation for over 325 vehicles that will be parked on those 2 floors. The plan submitted to the city shows no exhaust fans, but for over 325 cars, there will have to be some exhaust fans. So in addition to the passive venting of the open windows, there will be an undisclosed number of exhaust fans sucking poisonous carbon monoxide out of the proposed 2-level garage into the box canyon created by the buildings on both sides. And carbon monoxide, weighs the same as oxygen. And so carbon monoxide does not rise like helium, and it doesn't settle to the floor. It just mixes with oxygen and lays there. And so these fans and this passive ventilation is going to fill the box canyon up with poisonous gas.
Thank you. This concludes your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Beth R., followed by Ron S.
Good morning.
My name is Beth Roth. It's Bethroth. I have lived at Moldau for the past 13 years. Before retiring, I worked in the healthcare field as a registered nurse. I'm deeply concerned about the significant impact that the proposed project will have on the Moldau campus, where Moldau residents and hundreds of children and youth are in close proximity every day. The development, as you have already heard, is directly across the street from the Kahila High School and the Girls Middle School, and adjacent to the 3 school programs at the JCC, the preschool, the after school, and the summer school programs. From both a healthcare and community safety perspective, traffic safety is my top concern. Number one, the development will increase traffic congestion and delays, especially during school drop-off and pickup times. Secondly, it will create greater risk for all of us with the increased student bicycle traffic in the area, as well as the bicycles from the apartments. And third, it will make it more hazardous for all of us elderly and young crossing these same streets. You know, I love my Moldau home. One of the things I treasure most about the Moldau campus is seeing generations coming together, like a 3-year-old from the JCC interacting with a 103-year-old Moldau resident. It's inspiring to witness these connections, and I hope that all our residents and vibrant young children will continue to have a safe and healthy haven in the future. I thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Ron S., followed by Sue H.
Members of the Architectural Review Board, good morning. My name is Ron Shapira, RONSHAPERA, and I am a retired physician living at the Moldau Senior Residence for the past 9 months. You have been told previously that Moldau averages 21, that is 21, 911 calls per month. There are 2 types of responses to 911 calls: a fire truck with paramedics or an ambulance with appropriate personnel. The elderly residents at Moldau experience serious emergencies quite frequently. Among these emergencies are heart attacks, strokes, and very injurious falls. Rapid access to Moldau is paramount in facilitating timely transport to hospital emergency departments for acute treatment. Delays in transport have the potential to put lives at risk. Traffic in the Moldau area is very congested at present and would be greatly increased by the construction of the project proposed. For this reason, Moldau management and its residents are here today en masse to protest such future construction. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sue H.
My name is Sue Hartenbaum, Hartenbaum. I'm going to speak, and thank you so much for listening to all of us. I'm going to speak for all the residents who drive, who live at Moldau, and those who don't drive, and who walk around the area, and who bike around the area. For those people who have had accidents and hopefully will not have accidents in the future. I've been driving over 40 years without any accidents. I was pulling out of Moldau Valet's driveway onto Charleston Road, turning right toward Fabian. The lights were in my favor. All traffic was stopped for a pedestrian crossing Charleston at San Antonio. As I was entering my lane, I saw someone read the red light on San Antonio and barreled toward me really fast. I hit the brakes and backed up as fast as I could to get out of the way. Unfortunately, someone had pulled in close behind me. I hit them, barely avoiding the racing car, which zoomed by. But I did avoid being crashed into by the car that flew by me. The outcome, no one was hurt, and my insurance doubled. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ernest L. That concludes our public comment.
Thank you. For the applicant, you have a few minutes, I would say 3 minutes, if you want to rebut any of the public comments.
Again, just a couple. I mean, we heard all the comments and we appreciate the input and feedback. As far as building height, wanted to clarify that because the front as it goes to Fabian is an angled parapet, the highest point is at 95 feet is from lowest adjacent grade to the top of that parapet. The typical parapet is 6 foot shorter. So it's 89.5 is kind of like the typical height. Also, the online meeting that was held between the applicant and the neighbor was held on April 3rd, 2024.
Anything else or, all right, thank you. To the board, do we have any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I'll dive right in if you don't mind approaching the podium again.
If I may, staff is requesting a short 5-minute break.
We can do that per the
All right.
chair.
We'll be back at 11:55. Thank you.
Shall we hear? Right. Should I use the gavel? Call to order, you guys. Yeah, might have to use my gavel. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Before we start back up with questions, I want to acknowledge everybody's input. And thank you all for coming. I know it's a lot of waiting to get for your time to speak, and we really appreciate everyone's input. All right, with that, let's try to keep our questions and comments brief. Let's start with questions for applicant and staff as well, if needed. Who wants to start?
Yeah, I'll go first. Thank you. And I'll do my best to speak up a little bit, just in case anyone, if you start to not be able to hear us, just raise your hands in the back and we'll do our best to sort of keep our vocals a little louder, okay? I wanted to ask about the meeting dates. So you had said you had a meeting date of April. Could you please reiterate that date?
3rd, 2024.
April 3rd, 2024. And who was that with?
Online meeting. It was between Juno Partners, John Favreau, and JCC Moldau.
And do you know who from the JCC was the representative at that meeting?
Yes, Lisa,
John, there he is.
I can comment on that.
Thank you.
So it was myself. It was Jeff
And
Farrar.
hi, John. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you please state and spell your name for the record? We got to go through the procedural stuff.
I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
John Favreau.
Yep.
JOHNFAVREAU.
Perfect.
The meeting, sorry,
proceed.
the meeting
Go
was
ahead.
with myself, and it was virtual. It was online. Jeff Farrar, the landowner, Tony Klein, who represented the Moldau Board of Directors, Mark Holtzman, who was the CFO of the OFJCC, Stuart Klein, who started off the presentation, which, by the way, I originally reached out to Stuart, which was our first communication on March 19th, 2024. So that's where the whole thing started. Randy Pop, who you heard from, and Sally Flinchbaugh, who represented the OFJCC. And I apologize, I don't know what the OF stands for.
Oshman family.
Oshman family. Okay, thank you.
Do you have any sort of meeting notes, any sort of follow-up emails, any sort of records that maybe would refresh people's memories to what that meeting covered?
I have my agenda.
Yeah, the agenda works. It's one of those that, because there's clearly a discrepancy here, we want to sort of get to the bottom of it. I mean, to say that a meeting was
I have my agenda that I
is sort of a big
covered.
deal.
I have my agenda that I covered. The follow-up was a letter from that group back to me in July, I believe, of that year.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm getting a confirmation here in the chambers. Was there ever a follow-up meeting after this 2024 April meeting?
No.
Okay. And then at that meeting, can you please, which sort of design? We see that there were several design iterations that you guys have gone through. Do you know, and again, it's not a pop quiz. This isn't a trick question, just trying to understand the context here. What was the sort of intended presentation at that time? And has there been a meeting with anyone from Moldau or JCC since the design has been revised?
The meeting started with the history of the site. Jeff Farrar, the landowner, again, being between he and his family, probably a 60-year-old landowner of that parcel. So he lived through all of the development that happened adjacent to him. So we talked about that. We talked about the status of the application. And that was kind of the primary reason for the meeting, is I wanted to reach out before we formally submitted and said, and to let them know, hey, this is coming and this is what it is. We talked about, and it's the second, and we talked about at the time, the current general plan compliant design of 292 units, which Lisa showed on the screen as the number 2 option, or the second option. And then we talked about a builder's remedy design. You know, they were very preliminary at the time.
Sure.
We talked about the current design drivers, why the design was what it was. We talked about the public comments from the 2021 pre-screen and the number of speakers, how many speakers were in support of the project, how many speakers were opposed, how many speakers showed up representing the OFJCC and the Moldau residences. We talked about other comments.
I think that's sufficient.
And that was that was the, I'm sorry, I'm reading through my
That's
agenda.
fine.
That's why. And that's kind of the end of it. And then we just kind of talk.
Okay. No, I appreciate the clarification because when we have someone say, okay, we never had this meeting and someone else says we did, it's important to get to the bottom of those sort of situations and make sure that things are clear. So it seems to be that based on, you know, presented criteria or presented information here, we've got a meeting on record from April of 2024. It was likely with one of the earlier designs and covered a variety of topics. So thank you for that. The design that we've seen today, can you tell us when that design sort of crystallized and when you guys put the paperwork together? Is this within the past 6 months, past 2 months?
I would say, so in between like January 2025, when we did the second submittal and now, like we resubmitted again in June,
Mhm.
the third submittal, that's when we made the further changes, like to add the courtyard to the corner,
Sure.
add the second one to the back.
Okay. And then was there any, so again, just to sort of reiterate, there was no additional meeting at that time with JCC and with Moldau. Okay, great.
No,
Thank
but
you.
it started immediately following their response to us.
Understood.
Which was in, I think, July of that year. And that's when we started talking about it and talking about some of the aspects of it and trying to make improvements.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand it over to other members of the board here for a few moments, and then I'll circle back with some more questions.
Yeah, I'd like to one question here is just a follow-up question. At that point in the development, did you have the design facing the Moldau, pretty much what you're showing here in this set of drawings, or was that still in progress?
It was a little different. Are we able to go back to one of the slides that I showed where we had the design evolution? It would be slide number 5. It might just, we had to go faster in the 10 minutes, so we can look at it more slowly.
There's somebody who wants to speak.
Yeah,
back
so
there.
on this slide here, you can see the second iterate on the second side, there was just the one courtyard facing. So it really was, you know, it stayed this way until most recently. So at the June submittal of this year is when we added the extra courtyards.
The second courtyard.
Yeah, it kind of went from these 2 to 5
Oh,
courtyards.
okay. You're talking all courtyards.
Yeah, just,
I was
you know, it's
talking
like kind of,
only of those facing the Moldau.
right. So instead of one facing Moldau was
Yeah.
2. Now
Made
that-
2.
yes,
One went
made
to
it
2.
And then we had one on the corner too, to face
Oh,
the
yeah.
pool.
Okay.
right.
Any more questions, Jamie? If you want to ask, go ahead.
Can you show slide 6, please? Yeah, so here's starting to show you.
Okay, one question. So I think I'm gonna step into kind of the fire here. So to give more daylight to the neighboring building, can you open page? Not sure what page it is, but it's A 1.4. Can we open that page?
Bear with us while we pull up the plans.
Sorry.
While you're doing that, also I'm going to add to your question, Martin, if you guys have also done any kind of studies with the existing building, the building you're proposing and height comparison. Because I know you're 10 feet from the property line, they're set back further, and there are existing trees, but they're not 95 feet tall. So if you've done any analysis, I think it's kind of piggybacking on your question.
About like the distance, and is that what you mean?
A distance, especially the wings that are closest to the Malzahn residences, that 95 feet height, how is that relative to the existing building, floor by floor? And to understand, the daylight impact that you're making on the
Right.
adjacent
It's
neighbors.
so that the Moldau residences are 5 stories and ours is 7. So it's about 25 feet taller than theirs, the back. So it's not quite like a 45-degree angle because it's close to 40 feet at the pinch points in horizontal distance. And so we're additional 25 feet up from there. And it's just that those, it's about 70-foot sections, those wings. So then there's a gap of about 47 feet in between them.
Yeah.
We have.
So if we were going to give more daylight to the neighboring property, like you would, need to somehow step back the rear of this new development. So I'm not very good with these drawings here. Kenra is the expert.
Yeah, that would impact the unit count.
So let's say, these with the blue lines, yeah. So that would be 6 units, across. We would need to look at the light study, but let's say over 3 floors or 4 floors. So that would be 4 floors times 6 units. So that would be 24 units that would disappear. Like, have you thought about like what it would take to somehow get back those 24 units? Can you think of maybe additional waivers that you can think about to to make that happen? Like, like what I want to understand is like, I know, we have a very limited ability here to kind of have you make changes. And I think, but I think it would be desirable to give, more daylight to the property for various reasons. And I think, given the regulatory environment, I think maybe the city has to be more flexible on some other things, to help you out. But I think it would be valuable to at least try to understand from your perspective. It's like, okay, if you guys want me to take away those 24 units, okay, what can you give me in return? Like, is this, some code exemption or any other something that, like, can there be some kind of a trade-off that you haven't presented here?
Yeah, that's an interesting suggestion, but that's a big amount of units to lose. So we'd have to confer with the applicant on that one.
Is it adding an additional story on the Fabian side, or like, what is it?
Could I jump in here for a second? Because without prejudging this, it's not necessarily just taking off those units. You could do step backs on each floor and progressively go up the building and take off pieces of it at the back end to do a light studies to make sure that the units that are facing there have daylight coming in, significantly more daylight. So it's a deeper study than just cutting them off and throwing them away. I mean, we're architects, there are ways of doing it differently, I think, at that point. Also, I asked a question very early on of planning. Is there any limitation on the height? So perhaps you could consider the part that faces Charleston,
right,
raising up a level,
Yeah, I can speak to that. We did look at an 8-story building. And in fact,
that would
clarification, the builder's remedy version does have an 8-story building. That would be taller. Where we run into some issues are we want to stay below the lowest occupied floor at 75 feet, so it's not considered high rise. So that holds us down. And then also where we can have the fire department access, because that needs to be within a certain height of grade. We're already having to kind of be up higher on the site because of the floodplain. So it kind of compresses our variable height so that we can stay below the CBC definition of 85 feet for type 3 construction, but also the lowest occupied floor at 75 feet. So at any rate, we were compressing levels and just, the team and applicant decided to let's keep it at 7 stories because it was starting to really compress floor to floor heights when we were squeezed with those site constraints.
Just to add on to that question though, because you're trying to stay with type 3A, I believe, construction. If you moved on to, I know it's money, which we can't really opine on, but type 2A or 1A would get you the ability to do taller on Charleston Fabian side to keep things lower, or at least like in this section that I doodled, clearly like 2 of your stories are above the adjacent neighbors, right? Obviously my sketch is not too much to scale, but this is about 40 feet and your building is 95 feet. It's a almost 1-to-2 proportion taller than the space in between. So the wings here are heavily impacting the adjacent neighbors. I think Mr. Pop's drawings had where the adjacent building is. I know they have more site space and trees, but your 10 feet setback is bringing a 95-foot building really close and cutting their west side light. So is it really just a construction type question that is limiting your height?
Partly, it's also the high-rise definition. So we wouldn't, even in type 2, we wouldn't want to be classified as high-rise because then you just have to do a lot more structure and cores a certain way. And it's never cost feasible to do that unless you're up at like 11 to 20 stories. So, you want to say something?
Yeah. Good morning, planning commissioners, or good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Teresa Ruiz. I'm TERESA-RUIZ, and I'm also a fellow planning commissioner for the city of Alameda, so I appreciate your volunteer time. I am here in support of my colleague and just want to clarify again that the building is not 95 feet tall. It's only 95 feet tall at the parapet, at the corner facing Charleston. So facing the Moldau residence is not 95 feet tall. So just want to clarify that point.
Thank you. It is still 2 stories taller than Moldau,
It is 2-story, but it's a lower story because floor to floor height are a little bit different.
What is the height of that rear side towards the Moldau residences?
Maybe 89 feet, 6 inches.
89 feet, 6 inches. Does that include a parapet height as well? Or
top of parapet?
That's the top of parapet. So what's the top of roof?
It's 42 inches below that.
42 inches below. So that 42 inches is required by safety codes and you're not going anything above that.
Right.
Excellent. Thank you.
So then you have those 3 courtyards on the Fabian Way side. Is that, you didn't have those in some of the previous versions?
Mm-hmm.
Like, did you break up the facade because you are trying to follow some objective guidelines for the messing, or
That's part of it. I think, with residential architecture, you kind of have to work in these double-loaded corridor increments. And so that with a long site like this, you could either do the donut, which was tried and abandoned, or you can do this type of finger courtyard idea. And so it's going to give you that type of massing if you're not doing centralized courtyard. And so where do you locate those?
Yeah, because, I guess if you had fewer of those courtyards on Fabian, that would give you more space in the back.
I want to speak to this because, they have a swimming pool on this side. They have active spaces. They too would be looking for light, in those courtyards. So if you have less of them, you can't really put the swimming pool on the backside of the site.
Well, it's it's not a one-way street. So I think maybe the courtyards could be smaller, maybe you could have two courtyards instead of one. I think there might be opportunities to increase the mass of the building on the Fabian side and decrease the massing on the back side. And yeah, it's gonna be a trade-off, obviously. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Yeah. So I saw the parking spaces that you provided compared to other similar projects that we reviewed recently. You're more generous on the parking space provided. So could you please share with us your thoughts about it? Because nowadays ride share is pretty common, and in your builder remedy application, it sounds like you have less parking. So for this one, have you thinking about reduce the parking spaces?
No, we haven't, because we're trying to get to a ratio that makes sense for the market. And so sometimes it doesn't match what the municipal code dictates. And so that's, we've kind of set it at a stage that works according to with the development partners, how many you need to provide per bedroom. That's what we're trying to meet our own standards.
And the public, a number of public brought up the traffic issues. So is there any traffic study or maybe?
I believe those are ongoing and part of CEQA.
Yeah, so thank you for that. Yes, those will be provided once the city has finished the CEQA analysis.
Okay, because along Fabian, there will be huge changes in the next few years because of the new housings and including this project and also the new schools across the street. During the peak hours, it could be even worse compared to what it has now.
Yeah, and from a CEQA standpoint, we're mostly looking at that VMT model to determine whether there's an impact or not. When it comes to level of service, that's no longer a CEQA criteria that we're evaluating.
And also back to the applicant. So for the trash staging area, do you have any additional thoughts to push it back to on-site instead of put it along the street?
We're exploring that right now. So we have a trash consultant that is doing some studies where we also want to come up with some good solutions as a team. And then we intend to reach out to the city's staff and different departments there to work through it with them. So it's not quite ready to show today.
Okay, thank you.
We did have a discussion with the applicant where we raised those issues and concerns that we didn't want to have trash staging be in the right of way, especially as the South Palo Alto Bikeways plan is still sort of coming together. And as Lisa was mentioning, right now, what the plan that they're looking to do would be to store or have a sort of a concrete pad adjacent to the drive area where they would stage their trash bins on site. And the waste collector would come and maneuver them in front of the vehicles when they collect them and put them back in that space so that there won't be trash bins stored on public property.
And another question is about the building height. So for the standard residence, the tenants levels, you provided floor to ceiling height is 9'7", and the garage height clearance is 12 feet. Will you consider reduce the tenants level from 9'7" to 9, and also for garage, from 12 to lower ceiling height, because the ADA requirement is less than 9 feet, right? So
it is, but the garage has to have the slab thickness, and so at the podium you're like 12 inches, 15 inches of thickness there. Plus you have a lot of utilities coming through from all the units. All the plumbing lines have to kind of come down through the slab and travel horizontally to get out of the building. There's also sprinkler lines in there, and possibly suspended light fixtures as well. So there's this zone that we know we can't get into, because then that would conflict with the ADA required heights.
Okay, so say on sheet A 2.6A, the elevations, you label the floor to ceiling height. So within that height, it also include the the mechanicals and lights will be within that height.
I'm sorry, let me find what you're looking
Sheet
at.
A 2.6A. If we could share on the screen.
One moment.
Sure.
You must, that one's the lighting location one. Let's see.
If we zooming
So
on the
six-
right side, yeah,
Or
the green dimension label there is the floor to ceiling.
those
height.
are floor to floor heights. So those would also include with it a floor ceiling assembly.
It appears that the black text is floor to floor and the green text is floor to ceiling.
Oh.
Is that correct?
Oh, I see. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe you can reduce some of the heights to reduce the overall massing, but yeah. So that's my comments.
It
for
would
that.
be inches.
Yeah, yeah. And for the garage, that's my questions for now.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow up on that one actually. So you've got 9'7" sort of ceiling heights for each one of these levels. It also appears that your parapet is not actually 42 inches, it's actually 4'6". So that's an extra foot in height of parapet wall that maybe doesn't need to be there, right? 7 inches per floor times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 floors adds up, right? And then that third story is also 10'7", not 9'7". And then again, we all understand that you need ducting and mechanical and things like that. But there's also thoughtful planning where maybe you run the ducting and mechanical down areas where there's less traffic, or you run it around the perimeter. We've all done this before. We all know how this works. So having 12-foot ceiling heights of clearance with a 1-foot structural element in each one of these, garage elevations, it's an interesting choice, right? To need 12 feet clearance in a garage parking spot when every single one of the ones in downtown Palo Alto that we see has like 6-foot clearance underneath this building, right? So was there a reason that you guys decided to go 12-foot clearance for each garage level?
That's in our experience, it helps to have that extra amount of room so you don't run into issues during construction. We also have a pool on that deck, so we have to make sure there's enough room to get the pool structure in there on the second level. At the roof, I think that 4'6" would also include like the build up for tapered insulation to get to your drainage too. So it's not purely just the parapet guardrail height.
Understood. Was there ever a moment, and if we can actually flip back to one of the floor plans, let's go to A 1.3 if you guys don't mind. Actually, we'll go down one more level. I want to get to a parking garage level, please.
Can you restate which page?
Sure. Let's go A 1.2. Yeah, that's fine. Any of these is fine. Actually, you can go back one. That's even almost better. I'm going to draw on the screen here. I guess my color today is green. Was there ever a moment, so we can see the Moldau residences right along here, right? And you guys have parking, 1-for-1 across here.
Right.
And then if we go up one more level, and Sam, can you go one more sheet? Thank you. And it's the same thing, right? You guys have parking along here. There's their residences along here. So levels 1 and 2 have just pure parking, 1-for-1. And I'm also noting that these parking levels are 12 feet high, 13-foot plate to plate. That actually would even encroach potentially up to the third level of the Moldau residences, correct?
It could.
Based on sheer heights. Okay. Was there ever a moment where you guys considered something like potentially putting a few units across the backside here that were actually habitable, residential, something more like that, so that you could take some of the stress off of there? Or is that sort of a non-starter because of parking counts?
It was a non-starter because of parking. When we were exploring an 8-story option, we did start to put units in that location because we had an extra floor of parking to help out with.
And the parking, as you said before, I just want to reiterate this, it was the number that you're aiming for is based on what you think the people who would buy or rent these units would prefer versus what's actually a code requirement for a minimum.
Correct.
Okay. Don't get me wrong. I'm a person that loves to see parking because I know everyone says we can build it without parking. I think parking is important. I have concerns though that also it looks like you have some screening along this facade towards the residences.
You mean architectural?
Architectural,
Yeah,
you've got,
there's like kind of perforated screens that would cover the openings.
okay. Is there any, because you think of at nighttime, someone's going to come and pull into their parking, but their headlights are going to be shining through that. And do you know about the percentage of perforation? My best guess was somewhere around 50%. Does that seem accurate, or does it seem a little bit more solid versus more open?
It might be around 50%.
Okay. So in theory, all of these, stay put. In theory, all of this level and all of this level at any given time during day or night, when a resident pulls into park, their headlights would be shining directly across into the residences across the way, correct?
It would.
Okay.
But I mean, I could also see using a type of gradient solution where it's more dense at the bottom and it's more open at the top.
Was there any intention of planting along that screening facade?
No.
None intended at the moment. Okay.
Because I think the first level would be blocked by their fence. So that's directly screened.
It's a 6-foot fence. That's a 12-foot parking garage.
Hey, Lisa, I don't believe that the residences across are on the ground level. They're above a garage also. So
That's correct.
it's not the people on the ground floor, those lights are shining into a garage.
Okay, so it's basically you're saying that the second level is more of a, and I understand we're on the front of the building right now. I'm just sort of using this as a, if we can get to the back facade, great. If we can't, we're just going to use from here. So Mr. Favreau, your comment is that basically it's only that second level of parking that would negatively impact the Moldo residences with the headlights?
And I'm not convinced that the second one would also, because I'm not sure how tall their podium is. So I can't say that for sure, that even the second one would.
If I may
Hearing
jump
14
in
feet
on
from
that,
Mr. Pop over here.
it's like as a board, that's kind of exactly what we're asking you to do, is study sectionally your impact. We have a room full of neighbors who are concerned about your development. The least you could do is do a section study between your building and the next to show exactly what we're asking for.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, I think we have the information. Sorry, it's just not in this plan set. Sorry.
Understood. And if we can flip back to the floor plan. And that going back to A 1.3 would be a good one.
Sorry to interject.
Please.
So along the Moldo residence, we also have a low wall preventing the headlights from shining into either buildings. And we are at that point about 35 feet away from them. And so the low wall, most of the openings above the low wall, so above the head heights. I mean, the headlight.
Do you have any
Headlamp
section drawings that you could illustrate?
I'm sorry?
Do you have any section drawings that would help
It's on the
illustrate?
elevation, you can see.
So on the elevations, and stay with the floor plan for just a moment. So on the elevations, you're saying that there's a low parapet wall on your garage building facade, and then it's the screen
opening
above
on
it.
top.
And you're saying that low parapet wall would be above the height of a typical headlight.
Right.
Okay.
If you have a giant, cyber truck, then that's a different story.
Okay. And listen, we can't account for everything. We understand that. All right. So just looking at the floor plan really quick. Sorry, I'm going to wrap up my thoughts here and get out of here.
Would you think that, they just don't have openings that allow the headlights to get through simply?
Plantings that would dramatically filter that down and provide a nice amount of screening, something. There's options here, right? That's part of the design intent. Looking at this, I mean, even a very simple, let's say we flip this, right? And then you have a much larger courtyard to the back, and maybe that's where your pool is. Has that design ever been considered to provide more front-loading, Fabian-loaded corridor or housing on this property? Or is it really you guys sort of always tried to backload it and then sort of conceded with these two courtyards in the back here? Have you guys explored the option of front loading it towards Fabian?
Not to that point, no, because before we actually, you know what, the previous one did have that. Before we had the corner courtyard, it was kind of solid all the way, and it had just one courtyard. I wonder if
Yeah, I remember you were showing it
Yeah.
before. I can sort of draw it where you had, you know, a sort of a
So-
courtyard here and a courtyard here, right? Something
Right,
kind of like
so
that.
there was a lot of more massing on the front, just more of a skinnier courtyard that opened on Fabian.
Yeah.
But then, so it's really just reconfiguring it to open up the courtyard so that there's less shadow on the pool.
Yeah, and understandable that that pool is off to the side here, so we're sort of fighting a couple different battles on a couple different fronts, understood, right? Like you guys are sort of trying to make things work in a few different areas.
And we wanted to keep our active courtyard away from that side of the building. We thought that was important for privacy.
For privacy of your residents?
Yes. No, for privacy of the adjacent building.
So you think that the residents over in Maldo would prefer to have these apartment complexes overlooking them versus having a large open courtyard with a pool?
And all the activity that goes along with the pool. That was the thought process. Two passive courtyards and no units that are actually facing them. The original plan had like 13 or 14 units that were actually facing them with balconies and whatnot. We eliminated all of that, turned the courtyards passive, and the active courtyard kept on Fabian.
Did you ask them?
Pardon me?
Did you ask them?
No.
Okay. So you made an assumption that they would prefer to have units across from them versus a courtyard with a pool. I think that would have been a good conversation for you to have with them.
Yeah, I think one larger open space on the other side makes sense. But however, I think we should be very careful on putting a pool on the other side because of the noise level, because the daily schedule could be different from the younger ones versus the seniors. It seems like the proposed projects, most of them are studios or one bedrooms, so schedule could be noise a factor. So anyway, I don't think it's I don't think we want to design for you, but that's an option for you to consider.
Sorry, if I may jump in and ask kind of a question to staff about, our charge is to either provide input on how to better align with objective standards and recommend improvements, which is kind of what we're getting at. But on finding number 2 on packet page 46, I'd like to know from staff, what is the city or the applicant's responsibility to prove or not prove that specific and adverse impact is not happening to the neighbors? Clearly from the neighbors, where with the data that they presented, they're saying that, they're having specific adverse impact with studies and documentation. What is the city's responsibility or the applicants to counter that?
Right, it would be the city's burden to show that there is such an impact if the city were going to rely on that provision of law to deny a requested waiver, for instance.
So is the city looking into that? Like how, because the neighbors have provided, letters and studies, but they're not part of the application process, right? So what is the process to take that further?
So there would need to be an objective standard that is in the law. And so one of the things that was brought up a number of times was the response time. So that might be an objective standard, or an objective standard might be the height of the for fire access or something like that. But there needs to be an objective and quantifiable standard. And the impact needs to be measurable, and there needs to be no mitigation that could be applied to it in order to deny the application.
And to your point, Chair Adcock, the city staff are analyzing those questions. And if it becomes clear that there is a basis for requiring changes to address an unavoidable health and safety impact, certainly the city will exercise its choice to do that. The thing that the board can do that would be most helpful today is to provide that feedback that you described of how the project could come more closely into compliance with the city's objective design standards.
So those specific areas that we should be focusing on then would be some of the complaints that we've heard, such as the light and the daylight. Would that be one of those considerations?
As it relates to the city's published standard, right? So the daylight plane in the objective design standards, that would be the component we could respond to.
I mean, we have seen many presentations that have shown what the light will do throughout the day in that area where it is adjacent to another building. To look at the shadow line throughout the year, actually, should the applicant be providing those particular kind of drawings to show that aspect of the daylight descriptions?
The city's checklist doesn't have that as a requirement, and our objective design standards also do not have that shadow study as a requirement.
Also, I know this, we only have one hearing on this but the documents are not complete enough, whether it's trash collection area to anything else, right? So it's kind of hard to even compare. What I'm kind of seeing is waiver number 5 that they're asking for is basically not follow the daylight plane requirement. However, we also don't have a study from the applicant that shows that adhering to this would remove XYZ number of units. Because isn't that part of the request for waiver, is that onus is on them to prove that it reduces density?
That information is in the packet under the applicant's project description. So they did provide a study within that identified adherence to the daylight plane would reduce 30 units in the project.
But I didn't see any diagrams or anything that.
I'm happy to share my screen from the project description.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I have seen that it's in the package, but that's kind of, just like a blank statement that if I do this, it's going to reduce. It doesn't take into account alternative designs that could, both, preserve at least some of the units and to some extent respect the daylight plane. I think that declaration, from the letter of the lawyer is a very blanket declaration. I think there's gray area, and I think that's what.
Yeah.
I think this is not going to come back here, but I think my feedback would be, there are so many things you can do architecturally to to respond to the neighbor, and I think that just would need to be if you could have a couple of meetings with a couple of options. The point about the pool is a good one. And I don't know, maybe they come back and say, to be honest, if the alternative is to have the pool facing us, we'd rather have no daylight. That might be, or they might say, you know what, it's a compromise. Nobody's gonna get 100% of what they want. We'll take the pool, and it's not ideal because the schedules are different with the children, but at least we get daylight. So it's kind of works for both sides. So I think there are probably a couple other iterations that could go here rather than a blanket declaration of we're not going to comply with daylight plane because it cuts away the units. I don't think that's true.
Right. Like this section I have seen in the packet, it's very blanket, like you said, because in that section, it would cut your 30 units, but you have alternate ways, even like little noodles that we're doing as ways to reorganize your building such that you can follow the daylight plane, respect the neighbors, and still get 273 units. We're not here to sit here and design for you, but it does seem like there could be a middle ground.
The waiver requests are shown for the project as designed, so it's not to take into account multiple other design options when we do the waiver request.
I understand that, and we're kind of between a rock and a hard place here where we can only analyze what you've presented to us, and with all of the
waiver requests with these kind of blanket statements. So I guess we are where we are. Let's, why don't, we're already at 12:44. Can we, as a board, go through the 8 waiver requests and see if there's any that we can recommend not pushing so hard on the waiver?
And if I may, through the chair, is there also a way that we can get the objective design standards up on the screen somehow? Does someone have that we can just take a look at that list as well while we're looking at the waivers as well? So we're going to be looking at both those items.
And through the chair, since we are the only board that in the city that will review materials, so shall we also touch base on the material selections before we are going to the objective standards?
Sure. I can ask my favorite question that I love to ask. What's the LRV on the white paint?
Let me see if I can look that up.
I always ask this, and it's always about the white. Because exactly like you can see in the screen right now, white reflects. I am now being illuminated totally differently because this is white.
Any other material questions?
Handy.
While you're looking that up.
Yeah.
Not really, but if you could walk through us on your material selections, because overall it seems like the whole project looks dark. Materials, and there's it's like, but it's just a very bright white or very dark colors. It's the contrast of the building, and also I'm not sure, is it the lower portion are all bricks, and I'm not quite sure where the wood selection will be used. So if you could walk through us on your material selections of your design, we appreciate it.
Sure, right. So the garage facade has the brick, the small fine grain brick material wrapping around it. And then we're using stucco for the dark masses on the front. And then the lighter stucco is recessed on Fabian, and then there's an accent color in the corners. Let me get back to the board here. The wood grain material is more sparingly used for accent materials, like awnings and that type of thing. There's a soffit material, so like underneath in the ground level, where the plaza is. Let me see if I can get a good view. Are you able to? Oh, I guess you're showing this now. But at underneath at the corner where we have the 2 columns and the 2-story tall outdoor space in front of the leasing and lobby, there's a soffit material, and that's where we have the wood. So it's on the underside of that, and then the underside of the canopy at the entryway.
It's the material on the facade. At that point, it turns the corner and steps down below, setback on the face of the lobby and exercise. What is that material?
Let's see. Are you able to share the presentation again? Okay, yeah. We go to page 2. Yeah, page 2 is good. Yeah. So, okay, are you talking about this area here, where the first level?
First level.
Yeah, first level, like over where we have the slope, sloped head
Yes.
over the.
That.
Yeah, that's the brick material. So that kind of tracks around from the face of the garage. We have the brick material there, the wood soffit material, and then stucco above that.
So I just find that to be a rather heavy element in that area, and wondered whether it wouldn't be possible to use some kind of a metallic screening rather than that. The entire space is 2-story high, isn't it, including the exercise?
Yes.
Yeah. So it just seems like a very heavy element.
Noted.
Personal choice.
Any other thoughts, questions on materials? All right, let's move on to waiver discussions. So the first one that's being asked is to exceed the 60-foot height and bump up to 95. And it sounds like the upper limit of 95 is based on your construction type and not making it a high rise. However, did you consider keeping it at least 60 feet towards the neighbors?
Yeah, that was first considered when the project started, and that assumed that you could do subterranean parking. So basically, it was 2 levels of subterranean and then 5 levels of the residences, and it was kind of a lot closer. But then once we got further and found that there was the floodplain issue, and then also that just the soil contamination prevented any ground floor units, it forced us to push it up. So I guess if you were to lop off the 2 levels, it might not make the project feasible.
And so 60 to 95 is 35 feet. So that's 2 or 3 stories. That would, 3
Yeah,
stories.
but I mean, part of it's just architectural expression, right? So there's, it's like 25 feet larger than the next one.
Yeah. Yeah, I urge you to do a section study between your building and the neighbors to really understand what that 25 feet does to the neighbors.
On the,
Yeah.
do you want to continue on number 1 or you want to move?
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, to be honest, visually, I kind of like the slanted parapet on Charleston or Fabian, but of course, it increases the building height. So, like to me, that's a little hard. Like I don't know what the other board members think, but.
Are you worried about the shadow impact of that?
I mean, just in general, this is a kind of a small city. We are, we reviewed number of buildings in this neighborhood on San Antonio as well, and we also try to encourage them to make the building look smaller than what it actually is. Like use architectural techniques to create an impression that the building is smaller. Here you're kind of going the opposite way.
No.
Yeah. So, while I like how it looks, it's, I mean, I'm asking so much from you already. It's like, I would hate to throw this one in there. But if you're already, rethinking, how you're doing the messing on the Fabian, way, maybe increase the messing. If you can also think about how to make it, less tall visually, that would be worthwhile.
Good. Sorry, I would add some 2 cents here that actually at the JCC's visual corner, right at Charleston and San Antonio, there is some angular elements that sort of protrude out, and there's some angles there that I actually think this is pretty nice and reflective of too. So it creates a little bit of cohesiveness, which just for what it's worth, I'm not necessarily opposed to. And I would say, I don't think I don't want to speak for the board, but I think most of our objections with height has to do with the Moldo residences side and not necessarily at that corner. So, yeah.
All right.
So while we're adding personal preferences here,
sorry, David, just to interrupt. We're still, I just want to go through questions and then we can go to final thought comments on personal preferences. Sorry. Thank you. Any other thoughts on waiver 1? Any recommendations or questions not recommendations yet, questions for applicant on waiver 1?
I mean, because it's been presented, I'm sort of looking at the city here, because it's been presented as such, there's nothing that we can do to make them reduce the height that would reduce their impact on residents count, correct?
Not unless there was some more, generally, no, not through that, unless we had some real method to be able to prove that there's some other, I think even technically we couldn't even really sort of prove that there's some other design that works. It's ultimately based on their request relative to the density and the amount of affordable units that are being provided.
Understood. And then to the applicant, have you guys, I mean, obviously you're presenting at what you're presenting, but is there any thought to sort of doing more to try and respect these daylight planes since you're already exceeding the height limit on the front side?
No, we went the waiver route, so that would be a new consideration to do that. I think we thought that, pulling it back, being close and tall in some areas and pulling it back for the most part would be sufficient.
Okay.
I don't have any questions about waiver number 2 that, as far as lot coverage, there's not much we can do. Does anybody have any thoughts on that? All right, talking about the third waiver that you're asking to not provide a loading dock on the interior rear facing facade, as required by the objective standard. This also seems to impact safety. What is your thought on asking for this waiver, and have you considered any safety impact related to this?
Speak more about the safety. Are you talking about backing out or?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. The way
Fabian is a busy street and it's going to be busier, and putting a loading dock right as you turn into Fabian with schools across the street. What's your thought on that?
Yeah. Well, we don't have any streets behind us, right? So we don't have like another way to come in there. Right now, this is located, it's basically for move in and move out. So a truck could back in and so that they could head out more safely. That's the intent of that loading area.
And
seemed to be reasonable to me.
all right, to the staff is I can't remember if they had any data here on kind of proving why this is a justified waiver. Do you recall anything?
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me just look at something. Hold on. Part of the applicant's request about providing the loading dock on the Fabian frontage is tied to their claim about physically precluding this construction of the project, putting in some other configuration that would in essence sort of require sort of a pull-in drive area for that to be obscured from view from either of those streets, would require in essence sort of a different design that makes it more limiting for them to be able to provide the necessary number of parking spaces on the property, which would also then prevent their ability to comply with other objective standards that the city has.
Did they provide any study to prove that?
They did not provide any diagram or study to that point, no.
Didn't they say that they're providing more parking spaces than is required by the city already?
They do have about 20 of those spaces over what's required today, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's the number I was looking for.
While, yes, David said this may be not as big an issue as others, I just want to make sure everything's being counted. All right, so waiver number 5, this is a big one. To exceed the daylight plane along the interior shared property line to multi-residences, which starts at 25 feet, 45-degree angle. And the only justification I've seen is the drawing that you pulled up that shows the angle and 30 units being reduced. I guess maybe this question for the city, is that all they have to do to prove that they are? That little section diagram is all they have to do to prove that they get the waiver?
4 or 5?
5, I'm sorry.
Did we skip 4?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to skip 4.
Apologies. I don't mean to interrupt you. I just was like, oh, did we skip 1?
All right. So let's stay with 5 and we can go back to 4.
you said stay with 5 and then go back to
Yeah.
4. I think your question framed another way might be, can we require them to sort of redesign in a way that would, come closer to our requirements and theoretically preserve the unit count? And the answer is no. Even though the state law, the statute says what it says, and it looks like what it means is we can deny the waiver if there is a possible way that they could design the project and preserve the unit count. But there is in reality pretty clear case law that says we can't require like a hypothetical redesign that would, take away amenities, but would preserve the unit count.
And the burden would be on the city to do the study and analysis and hire somebody to evaluate that and pay for that study.
That's right.
Okay.
We can ask them to, I mean, we are here to provide feedback. This is not an approval or something. I think in our final recommendations, we could still include it.
Yeah, agreed. All right, thank you. All right, we'll go back to waiver number 4, to not provide an upper floor step back starting within 2 vertical feet of the adjacent building, to be on 70% of the adjoining front facades of the building as required by the objective design standard. Anybody have thoughts on this? Is there any pushback?
I think that's part of the daylight plane conversation that we were having earlier, that really having any sort of step back, and they kind of have not designed the building that way. It's just these straight towers with no relief and no step back. I also noticed that they're not providing, sort of jumping over to 6, they're not providing the facade breaks that we would typically see. And then, so they're not only not stepping it back, they're not really providing the facade breaks. They are sort of doing these ins and outs, but again, it's also, sorry, to the city, it's how much capacity do we have, right? Mr. Pop brought this up previously, that the constraints that we face these days are different than what there were before. And so the question is, when they ask for a waiver, we can say we disagree with this, we don't think it's necessary, but in actuality, what's our course here?
And also the applicant's course on, again, proving that for every waiver, this is the number of count that is reduced. With a little bit more rigor would be our preference, but I don't see that in what's being submitted. But is that all the city can ask for, is a little diagram and that says 30 units?
Right, where's the burden of proof here?
Yeah, I think Sala can maybe add to what I'm about to say, but I think what she was mentioning before is that there's a very high barrier to being able to prove that there's something that the city can do. And in a lot of ways, it's the city's burden to be able to prove that that's something that's true, which in the case of all these projects that we're looking at simultaneously is incredibly complex and difficult and straining on resources. So I think in a lot of ways, there's not a lot of real ways that the city is able to sort of push back in some of these instances, but that's where the ARB can provide some of this feedback, which is valuable for the applicant, the staff to hear, but may not result in a lot of physical changes in the actual project. Ultimately, what state law has sort of framed this conversation now is the applicant proposes, city has standards, applicant proposes a standard, and they may request waivers or concessions from those standards in essence, and not so much the city then having this dialogue of, okay, well, what if you did this? What if you did that? Do this change and do this change. And then all of a sudden, boom, all the solutions are there. There's no issue. I think as many of the board members are mentioning and many of the public commenters are mentioning, there is a theoretical design that exists in the world that doesn't create a lot of issues to the neighbors, but likely would still create a lot of issues when we reference compliance to the code requirements.
Well, there seems to be a direct conflict between this allowing them this waiver and the area on the alleyway between the building and the neighbor. So there's a reasonable request for using the daylight plane on that side of the building where those units are going to affect the light and air of neighbors. How could we use that as a city means to address the neighbor's concern in that area?
I think as we were talking about earlier, there would need to be an objective, quantifiable standard about those types of impacts that the city establishes as a metric. To my knowledge, we don't currently have those. And so it's hard to try to put one together in these circumstances when we don't have those published in advance of the project coming in.
I would just add to that and say that in terms of the ARB's role, it's simply to point out that, some options that you might want them to consider. And even if they don't choose to pursue that, we would hope that they would want to work with us and do their best to take that feedback. And I think they want to try to work with our neighbors, we hope, to see what they can do to address those concerns. So any feedback as an architecture review board that you can provide, on potential options that they may want to explore would be really helpful.
Yeah, I think that's to say that that's an option that the developers could consider very seriously here, get us over the hump with the issue with the neighbors. Daylight planes seem to be a major concern. And certainly I think it would be for us as well. So it's unfortunate that it isn't part of an objective standard that we could be using right now. So instead, we have to leave it to the consideration of the developer to make that possible.
All right, we'll move on to waiver number 7, to not provide commercial habitable uses along the 2-story above grade parking structure as required by the standard. I think that is pretty easy to understand, that commercial space equals losing residential. So I think that is one that is easy to understand. So waiver number 8, to not provide one on-site short-term passenger loading spaces for vehicles and our taxi cabs required. What is your plan for everything from DoorDash to Uber pickups and all that without a loading zone? And I know the bike route thing is not overlaid here because that's still underway, and there's that an additional level of safety. What's your thought on requesting this waiver, and how does that impact your unit count?
Yeah, I think that is being considered in concert with the whole trash staging solution as well. So it's hard for me to comment on the solution there.
But without it, what's the plan for pickups?
We had there's in the buffer zone where that bike lane was, there was an area that we had indicated for loading, and we were going to say that that's where the pickups, drop-offs, USPS, and could park.
Isn't that overlapping?
So
potential
maybe I
bike
can
lane?
add in here,
You'd have to cross.
the proposed loading space where Lisa was talking about, this is where sort of the U-Haul pickup and drop off is going to occur. That could all easily satisfy this requirement. And so they would not need this waiver.
Okay.
The loading
The
zone,
move in loading space would satisfy this requirement.
right? Because there's some driveway that one could park in when there's no traffic.
I think what we've talked about with the applicant has been that there likely need to be some hours that slide door is open so that people can reasonably, maybe normal business hours, right? That it's open so that Uber drop off, Lyft pickup or anything like that would easily be accommodated there without queuing into the right of way.
And
On that, no. So
Yeah. Did you have a question?
We would just sort of want to clarify too that a loading zone in the traditional sense is actually not required by this project. It's really just like a vehicle loading zone, excuse me. It's really just a short-term sort of vehicle stall space. That's sort of its pickup and drop off example.
And I apologize, I don't mean to derail this discussion, but we do need to stop soon for a lunch break. We do have to make sure we're complying with SEIU union requirements. So I just want to do kind of a time check, and maybe you can set, some small amount of additional time to wrap up a brief
I
part
would
of this.
say, given that it's 1:08, let's have final thoughts and conclude. I'll just start just to wrap us up. We've heard from obviously the applicant. Thank you for presenting. But we've also heard a lot from the neighbors, and while the developers will build this and architect will move on, the 300 some apartments will be occupied, 200 something, and hopefully good neighbors to the next door neighbors. And we really urge you to, listen to the neighbors. And I know we like particularly waiver number 5 regarding daylight plane is a huge impact. And I hear, the city's kind of hands are tied on what can be done. However, there are ways to move forward where you can address their concerns and still build 273 units. I mean, you're getting waivers on height. We're kind of mostly okay with most of these waivers other than the light impact for the neighbors. It's their elderly people who are there all day, every day, and you really want to be respectful to that. So we can't make you do anything, but we really, really urge you to listen and really try to get away from waiver number 5, if at all possible. I think other than that, I'll give everybody like just a minute to wrap up their final thoughts on this. David, you want to start?
I have a couple of sort of detailed little issues that just bother me looking at the plans. That the typical floor, the loading for new people coming into the building is going to conflict with the corridor immediately behind the elevator. It seems to me that you have to find some other way to store whatever, not carry. Let me turn to the page. Your typical page, you have A 2.3 and S1, I think it is. There's a corridor at the back of the elevator, and it conflicts really with the loading of the building. So something ought to be done there. I was aesthetically, I like the idea of the way the front of this building looks. Not to lose that entirely in the discussion here. I think it's a very wonderful sort of breakup of the mass of the building. It doesn't have that much detail to it, but they're like I keep thinking of them as the Three Musketeers, those elements that are down the street. Only there's no place for D'Artagnan, the story. There's only 3. But and I personally like and I think it's important for us to get some of our feelings on this building. I personally think that it's a terrific way to break down what would otherwise be a huge mass of a building on this site. And I think the previous scheme that I was around to see doesn't do what you have done here with this lobby and exercise space and the office space on the main floor. All of those elements are really nicely placed in this building right now, and you should have credit for that excellent design idea. And moving the elevator to this elevator stair to this location seemed to be an excellent way of dividing up the functions and entry. And the entry is very nice now, and there isn't a sloped kind of braided area, sort of wasted place for. It's nicely built out to the street type building. And then the loading, I think the loading in that is appropriate placed in the entry to the garage as well. I would wish you could in some way lower the garage without either a larger cost, because then you could lower the whole building. I think it's worth studying somehow with the ground issues. So I was wondering, it seemed to me that the toss aesthetics again is that you're cantilevered out or columned out in the front of the building. If you pull the building from the residential floor on up over the edge of the front of the garage. So each of those elements really came out a little further than the front. That would give you a chance to pull it in from the opposite side. You might consider that because it would not only, I think it's an aesthetic idea here, that you might play with those elements that they kind of project out front and become 1, 2, 3, you know, very even more importantly, and gives you some room to play in the back as well, you know, with the units in the back. Then it would actually clean up your main corridor that runs to the back, which is kind of, you go in, you go through a door, you have a break in the, you know, the whole circulation on your typical floor is problematic because of you getting into that corridor to the back of the building. Just a few other things here. I was wondering if you could come, you know, as much as 4 feet or so, you know, and flip the compactor to the opposite wall, you know, that would go straight down and it wouldn't be a problem then. It would be a problem if you had to move it. Otherwise, it has to obviously get down there to that ground floor. I think that the bicycle room is really well chosen and the way out to the street is well chosen and works extremely well. The garbage also seems to be fine. I guess you come out of you wouldn't take it through the loading dock in order to get it out to the street. You could come out, well, you take it, it's not a difficult issue. You don't have any balconies in the back, sort of above the units in the back, and I don't know why that's not possible. I mean, it's a possibility.
I think that was a move to provide more privacy for the neighbors, not to have occupied outdoor space.
But those balconies could be in the intersection, the way you have it in, you know, in the back, in those areas. It could,
within the courtyard.
yeah, within.
Yeah. I'll just add that a previous design had those, but they removed them as it would have required an additional waiver from the objective design standards.
Okay. We have commented sometimes on other projects that you ought to have operable windows on a building like this. I'm not sure if this intersection has the greatest Palo Alto air since it's a worst traffic corner in the city. But on the other hand, it is nice to have Palo Alto air. It's really quite a nice air to have in your apartment. So operable windows ought to seem essential, and you haven't really gone that far. You could still consider that. So those are my sort of my personal.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, David. Martin?
Yeah, I would agree with David that it's a nicely, you know, designed project. But unfortunately, I think in this case, I think it's probably worthwhile to scale back on the aesthetics and emphasize kind of the function and kind of the respect for the neighbors. And I think you know, if I hope this experience over the last 5 years did not discourage you from ever doing business in Palo Alto again. If it didn't, you might do business in the future, and I think we are a small community, and I think if you can do something that is going to benefit your neighbors, and it's not costing you too much money or too much time, that would be highly appreciated. And I think in general, we have seen that with other, not with all, but with a good portion of even builders remedy projects where they come here for feedback, and we have no legal power. The city has no legal power, but we provide comments, And then a couple of months later, they come back and we see our comments, at least partially reflected. So we actually see that probably more often than not. And that is always highly appreciated by this board, and I believe also by the planning department. So as far as you can do something. I'm sure it would be appreciated, and we just appeal to your civility and collaboration. And to be honest, I'm sure you will do your best. So thank you for that in advance, and good luck with your project.
Thank you. Okay. We've heard from probably more people than we've ever heard from in any other project since I've been sitting on this board. And I just again want to reiterate, thank you guys for coming out, having your voices heard. I know it's a little extra effort to get out here as well this time of day and to sit through all of this. To the applicant, you guys have spent a lot of time and effort going through several redesigns. We understand that. What's disappointing is that you have a neighbor that's right there. And in the course of all of this time, there was basically one meeting, right? And while it's not required that you design for your neighbors, it is something that we commonly practice because architecture is integrative, right? It's a piece of the fabric of the city. And like Mr. Pop had said earlier, you're relating to the neighbors you have. You're relating to the scope, the scale, the setbacks, all of that. I, number one, appreciate that you didn't try and build right to the setbacks. That was a good start right there. But I think a little bit more thoughtfulness and consideration could have been done here. And while, again, we are between a rock and a hard place here and our hands are somewhat tied because of the way the state has written rules, I think as a person and as a human, you can look around this room and see that there was 70 people here today because this is of a profound concern to them. And I would hope that you guys as humans and as a company and as a, architectural, facility, right? You guys take that into account and you take it seriously. These are people that really have strong concerns here. Okay. That being said, going back to objective standards, I'm just going to go down a quick list. Number 2, site access, trash, Uber, Lyft, all of that matters. And that matters profoundly on Fabian because of the traffic impacts. Because not only of the Moldo residences, but you're going to have a middle school down the street where kids are going to be biking. Having vehicles going in and out of that, having ambulances come 5 times a week is important to note. And it's important to consider when you are planning this. I don't think that's something that could just be waved away. That's part of how you integrate into this city. So I would say take a second look at that. Building orientation and setbacks, that's objective standard number 3. Again, we've beaten this into the ground. I think that there is another path forward where you keep your counts, but you are more respectful of the neighbors. You are more accommodating to daylight planes, to shading and shadow, to a fresh air. You've got a lot of frontage on Fabian. Why not use it? We've seen 100 other projects come through here that have really front-oriented their buildings. Not infeasible. Building massing, same thing. I do appreciate the efforts that you made to sort of carve out courtyards towards the Moldau residences side. I really do. I just think you didn't push it far enough. Base, middle, top. I do want to touch base on that. It's a pretty minor thing in the grand scheme of what we're talking about here today. I noticed that on the back side, there was a little bit more of base, middle, top than noted on the front side. The angle is sort of picking up the top on the front side, but I think there could be just a little bit more articulation there, maybe something just a little bit extra, again, for you guys to consider in design. And then finally, on the materials, I actually wanted to say I really like your materials board. It's something we didn't really touch base on enough. I think that it's actually very earthy. It's very rich. It's very warm. Maybe the black is a little too black. Maybe the white's a little too white. That stark contrast maybe could be dialed in. And I'm not mad at the black, actually. It's really just, I think that white might be just a little bit too much of a glare in comparatively speaking. So I'd ask that you sort of take a second look at that. Yeah, I think that's my final comments, but I really would just say, architecture is an iterative process, and sometimes it's painful to go back and start over and try something new and push your boundaries again. But I think in this instance, it's worthwhile. And I think that it will benefit your people as much as it'll benefit your neighbors, because they're not going to be staring directly into the windows of their neighbors. You know, it's giving them a little bit more breathing room as well. So I would just urge a little bit of consideration and review of your project. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you for thank the applicant for design different options, and I can see the improvement that you did compared to the previous versions. And also, I'd like to thank the public for coming and sharing your thoughts and concerns, and we hear you. And I think there are many features I like for the proposed design. When I look at the site plan and the floor plans, I like the amenities that you provided on site, and also all those courtyard that you created to break up the massing, and also to push the certain area of the building further away from the neighbors. And also from the elevations, I do like the street corner that you created. I think that's quite inviting, and I like the top of the building that you angle the parapet wall, and it's kind of like echo the thing that you do for the on the street level when you slope the brick wall there. I think it's a quite attractive building corner. However, I do concerned about the materials. I just assume like when I driving along the street, because the building is quite close to the street corner, what I can see is just several dark black towers along the street. Could be more welcoming and adding more warmth to the building. I think it would be appreciated. But although I like the site plan overall, to be honest, I just felt, and I support the housing projects. However, I just felt considering the specific site and the existing conditions, the existing context and the neighboring tenants, I just felt this project it's just not ready for this almost 300 units. It's just too much for this site. The traffic issues and all other public safety issues, it will be a big concern to the entire community. So I think it's a good location for the housing, and the overall design, the plans are perfect, but just the density and the number of the unit, I just felt is too much for this location. Thank you.
Right. With that, we'll wrap up this item. Thank you again to the applicant, and we won't be seeing you here again, but we hope you heard our concerns and all the neighbors' concerns. And thank you to the whole community for coming and voicing your concerns here. With that, we'll wrap up this item. And just the very last item on our agenda is the meeting minutes from July 16th. Does anybody have any corrections?
And to the chair, everyone was here, so there's no one need to abstain.
Yeah, thank you.
I move to approve the minutes as written, unless anyone has any corrections.
Second.
Board Member Hirsch?
Yes.
Board Member Jojar?
Yes.
Board Member Chen?
Yes.
Vice Chair Rosenberg?
Yes.
Chair Adcock?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Very last thing, if are there any public speakers on Zoom?
If there's any members on Zoom that would like to speak for our virtual public comments, please raise your hand. There are none.
Thank you. Yes. Any very last item is any board member questions, comments, announcements?
I just want to, and nobody got married last week. Nobody became an architect. We're all good.
I do have one announcement.
What?
Kendra.
No.
Kendra is one of the 6 architects whose house is on the AIA home tour, September 19th. Please buy your tickets and go. And I hope I see you there. I always see you on those. So September 19th, Saturday, Kendra's beautiful, beautiful house in Los Altos.
Making me blush.
So that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And thank you to staff today. This was a really long meeting. This was awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.